Once it's fixed, we come with information to all of you so that you know how we're gonna handle this session. Otherwise, I want to thank you all for coming today, and I'm wishing you all the best as you're trying to also give more ideas, more inputs to this discussion on loss and damage financing and technical assistance. Before I hand over to the next moderator, who is Mr. Gift Numeri, I want to welcome our own Dr. Mitika, who is Executive Director for Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. I think yesterday he was just being recognized because he was still on the way, traveling. So we have him here, and I want to give him a chance to have maybe a word with us for 2 minutes. So yeah, please come forward. People need to see you. Thank you.
Thank you. What do you want? No, my friend, you don't. When you want it, you have to. You like it very powerfully. So let me see the enthusiasm and energy in demanding for climate justice. So you have. If you do it that lightly, no one will listen to you. So let us start that. What do you want? There are guys, you know, when you stay at, I normally have a problem with the people who are behind because normally they are not responsive. So I want to see that fire from behind. So can we do it? What do you want? What do you want? When do you want it? Thank you very much, my friend and the colleague and the warrior in the trenches. The coordinator of CISONEC and our conveners of this very important third conference of loss and damage in Malawi. First, I want to apologize that I was not able to join you yesterday because of other conflicting schedules, but I wanted to ensure that I'm here with you so that we can celebrate our milestones together. I believe that this collectivity, all these partners have come together with the ones who are not listed here, so that we can amplify our voice on this important subject. In this room, I can see the stars. It is a star-standard room on who is who when it comes to Africa's loss and damage conversations. I was really following yesterday virtually, and I saw really who couldn't have had any other convening on loss and damage as high profile as yesterday, where we had the former president, we had the ministers for environment, the peers for environment, and many others. And really, I want to applaud you and the conveners for really this very important convening, and I hope someone somewhere is listening to our voices. Every time we have these kind of convenings, as civil society, we ask ourselves, who will be the consumers of this, some of the outcomes of this process? Last year, I know we were really ramping, you know, mobilization to ensure that the fund, which was pronounced in COP27, came into being. And truly, out of that pressure from us and the international community and allies at global level, both from North and South, came to be. And true to that, I know this was repeated yesterday, one of the key celebrations in Dubai was the first day establishment and operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund. But I know my colleague Agustin was speaking, and Charles, we as PAGJA never celebrated. There was nothing to celebrate because we found it. We normally see things from far. That it is just masking our, views, our eyes on the bigger picture. Of course, loss and damage is very important. And there is one thing, establishing a fund. And that we pushed for that. But the next thing which we have to fight for, because we have seen so many funds until we are tired, the least developed countries fund, the adaptation fund, the GCF fund, which we fought for and celebrated in COP16 in Mexico. But then we have been asking ourselves, so what? You have the fund. So my sister here, who was speaking, was talking about, yes, about access of the fund and the access about the money. I know we are very far, and that is where our role comes in, because we have seen the establishment of these funds. The Green Climate Fund, for instance, we wanted a fund which was beyond, which was better than the undemocratic World Bank. We wanted a fund which could be easily accessible, which communities could be proud of, and which was really democratically run, which was transparent, whose access modalities were simplified. But tell me, all those people who are here, because you are a practitioner, how many have assessed that fund? They have made it. In fact, I normally tell people that even the World Bank is easier to access than the Green Climate Fund. It has deliberately been made very difficult to access. And just mark deliberately so that you don't access it. So that's a story for another day when discussing climate finance. Though even adaptation fund is climate finance. But more importantly, now the next thing which we are going to do is, yes, we have the fund. Is it sufficient? We were asking our governments, every time you people, you are just duped and then you start celebrating, clapping. Then as we looked at that, what was being announced, pledged. By the time we were leaving the Dubai, it was $700 million US. We told you guys, I think you are not serious. $700 million US, and this is a pledge. Let's see how much is going to be accessed. Right now, we have not talked about even access modalities. As of now, we don't know how it is going to run. Of course, there is a board which has been established. We need really to be serious. One footballer, let's say Ronaldo. Look at this guy. He said Ronaldo went to this UAE, these petrodollar countries. And in 1 year, he spent $213 million US, just one footballer. So that is just 1 year. So this guy in 4 years will have earned, just one individual, $800 million US. Just that's a small country. And then we are given just somebody like, US contributes $25 million US. Then all of us are there clapping for them. I think we need to be serious. We need money. We need massive resources. I think statistics are there. The loss and damages which have been caused by climate change is so enormous that is a drop in the ocean. We want money. And those are imperatives of climate justice. So let us always not been duped every time to celebrate something which is not there, even that one accessing it. How much money does Malawi, which is our credo, which is our, rallying point for loss and damage due to all the damages which have happened due to climate change? How much? You could ask the government, because statistics are there. That 800 million is even not enough for Malawi, leave alone Africa. Yet we are celebrating. So we need to be really firm. And that's why I'm very happy that there is a movement which is evolving out of this hall, these partnerships. But this should not be just an event. Let's not live here as this. Now we are in a conference, and that is all. I know we have a discussion with James Murobezi from Africa Climate Policy Center, and also Leah, both from very important platform, Climate for Development in Africa platform. How is this going to feed into that, into those conversations, so that we have a stronger voice, both at governmental, intergovernmental, non-governmental level? We have a strong voice when we go there, because now African Union is playing a very important role in global geopolitical interactions, having been co-opted. I don't know whether co-opted is 21st member of the G20. Is it possible such voices really feed into that? Because the G20 constitute almost 3/4 of the global economy. How do we ensure that now this will be our voice, that the G20 should honor that pledge? We have Africa EU partnership, which we want to advance, because we cannot be making noise only or as Africans. How do we bridge this governmental, non-governmental, and intergovernmental collaborations? We have allies now within that European partnership. How do we push some of these issues which are a priority for Africa, like loss and damage, so that those countries can put more money? And that partnership will just not be a blanket partnership. These are priorities for Africa. It's win-win. How are we going to ensure that EU and those G7 countries honor their promises in terms of really providing sufficient resources for loss and damage? Otherwise, without that, we are going just to be having meetings after meetings without real tangible action benefiting the communities at the front line of this crisis. So once again, let me say that we as PAGJA are ready to engage. We believe that not a single individual, not a single organizations, not a single region, country can really confront this challenge ahead of us. We need partnerships of unprecedented proportions. And this is where it starts. It is from the bottom up, it is from locally led, and I believe we represent that spirit of locally led climate action. So thank you very much. We look forward to very good outcomes and recommendations from this very important meeting, so that we can take it to the next levels of conversations across Africa and globally. And thank you, Seasonic, for putting that. We normally start from small, at very local level, at national level. That's why it is Seasonic which is convening. These things of really doing things at UN level and then trickling down them at local level doesn't work well. I think voices of the people are very important. Building conversations as from grassroots, from below to national, to international, to continental and international level, makes a strong case and evidence of our really evidence-based advocacy and building partnership for progress, and ensuring that we take into action and implementation of the issues which we have been really building policies all over Africa and at continental level. Thank you very much.
I think he deserves a better clap than that. Yeah, so I was giving him 5 minutes. He says I'm gonna take 2 minutes, but it has taken 10 minutes for him to, because I knew that he's gonna take the whole time. But thank you so much, Mitika, for that inspiring speech this morning. Just for your information, Malawi, I think last year, our president and our government already indicated that they require 700 million US dollars just to recover from Cyclone Freddy alone. That doesn't count how much money we need for Cyclone Gombe, Cyclone Anna, Cyclone Idai, Cyclone, which one is Kenneth? Cyclone. Now I'm starting to forget the names of the cyclones. But 700 million is just for Cyclone Freddy alone to recover. And as you're saying, Dr. Mitika, that the amount of money that was just pledged is 800 million. It's just a joke. So we're not celebrating actually. What we're trying to do here is just to say we need more money and we need it accessible at every level in whatever way and whatever form. So thank you, Mitika, for reminding us that. I want to call upon Gifts in the front so that we can launch us into the next session. Thank you. Let's clap hands for Gift as it's coming.
Thank you very much, Julius. And when the previous speaker was speaking, when he was mentioning about the 700 million, most of us that were at COP, we clapped hands, we celebrated. And I'm asking myself, is there any possibility that we can withdraw our clapping? Because now we are being made aware that sometimes figures can be so deceiving. They can make us get excited without really knowing what we're clapping hands for. Because the 700 million that we're talking about here, we is also including the administration fund. That means it will not be the 700 million that we're talking about that is going into this particular fund. So I think it's an area that we need to explore more. So yeah, I wouldn't want to make comments more on what the doctor had said. I would spoil his motivation this morning. But once again, welcome to the second day of our conference on positioning African countries in the governance and loss of damage fund. And today, we are here to with a shared purpose that has also already been shared or echoed by the previous speaker to ensure that African nations are able to play a central role in addressing the challenges of climate of loss and damage due to the climate change. And today we'll have different speakers, basically two. But just to make an announcement that this function from yesterday is being streamed live on Facebook page for CISONEC. So if you can go and check it up, share with your friends, like it, so that those that would not be here physically, they can also be able to follow the proceedings. And again, we are live on Zoom, so the link will be made available for those that are willing to share with their colleagues so that we reach out to as many people as possible in the world from this particular conference. And today's session now is a technical high-level session where we're looking at accelerating access to finance and technical assistance to loss and damage. And our speakers, as I invite them one by one, is Dr. Murombezi, all the way from Zimbabwe. As he's walking in front, ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause. Dr. James Murombezi. So Dr. Murombezi in his remarks is going to look at the existing ecosystems of evidence on loss and damage, and okay, let me take that again. He's going to look at the existing ecosystem of evidence on loss and damage and mechanisms for scaling up evidence to support the case of loss and damage funding in African countries. Once again, a round of applause for Dr. Murombezi, all the way from Zimbabwe. And again, joining him in front is going to be Ms. Leah Wanamba, who is a senior policy officer at AUC. Another round of applause. Another round of applause for Leah as he's walking in front. Leah is not in the house. So we'll still proceed with the Dr. Murombezi as we're waiting for Miss Leah to come and join us for this important discussion. So, Dr. Murombezi, would you want to take lead in the discussion? Please.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good morning again, colleagues. So, in terms of the types of technical support that are available for the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund and for our participation in the operation of that fund, I would like to speak from a broader UN perspective and then perhaps narrow it down to what all this means for Africa. So I'm conscious that in this meeting we are talking about the Loss and Damage Fund. But for us to properly understand the fund itself, I think we need to put it in the context, because the fund is in fact only one aspect of the broader ecosystem, institutional ecosystem on loss and damage. You will recall that, in fact, loss and damage became part of the UN framework on climate change, UNFCCC, back in 2013, with the establishment of the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage. That Warsaw International Mechanism then was transformed into the Santiago Network at COP25 in 2019. So let's look at, the international mechanism. And it is these mechanisms which also worked to bring the fund into being. But the Warsaw mechanism is in fact the main vehicle established by the UNFCCC to process and address loss and damage in an integrated and coherent manner. It has several purposes, but the main purpose of this mechanism is to promote the implementation of approaches to address loss and damage through several initiatives. The first is, in fact, to enhance knowledge of risk management approaches. We heard yesterday from several presentations that there are many approaches to risk management, ranging from public policy approaches to private approaches, insurance schemes, and so on. So what the loss and damage, what the Warsaw mechanism, the WIM for short, does is it brings together, it has a portal, a knowledge portal that brings together all the types of information that are available on risk management. So if you go to the UNFCCC site, you go to the WIM, the Warsaw International Mechanism page in that site, you will actually see a knowledge portal which brings together all of the types of information that is available. In addition, the WIM also works to strengthen dialogue and synergies among different stakeholders. So it is a meeting place for public policy makers, private sector players, marginalized groups, women, youth, and so on, to bring in their inputs into our understanding of loss and damage. In addition to just understanding, the mechanism was also established to enhance action and support on key implementation aspects, including finance, technology, and capacity building. So again, there is a lot of information there about the types of finance that are available, how they can be accessed, the technology innovations, as well as support for capacity building in loss and damage. Now, the WIM itself is actually managed by an executive committee, which was established back in 2013. And our negotiators, the Africa Group of Negotiators, was in fact instrumental in the composition of this executive committee, the EXCOM. But critically, the EXCOM also established functional bodies, which are still in existence. The first to be established was actually a task force on displacement. The task force on displacement, as the name implies, actually looks at, for instance, we saw this morning in that clip, the effects of the cyclone, the destruction of houses and so on, and people now living in tents. So the task force on displacement will actually be looking at these effects of sudden onset climate weather events, the impacts in terms of displacement, compiling the figures on displacement, but also putting together information about the requirements in terms of assistance and so on of the displaced populations. That is just the extreme weather events, but they also continue to work on slow onset weather events, and there is an expert group which has actually been established on slow onset events. So these are events such as droughts, such as sea level rise, such as ocean acidification and so on. These are climate and weather related events whose impacts are not immediate, but which in the long term still result in losses that are beyond the capacity of ecosystems or societies or economies to adapt to, i.e. slow onset events which result in impacts that meet the classical definition of loss and damage. So that's the expert group on slow onset events. Then there's also a technical expert group on comprehensive risk management. Perhaps for us, for this conversation, this is the most important because comprehensive risk management is based on the collection and aggregation of different types of technical information, financial information, statistics from biodiversity and so on. And what they're basically doing is looking at risks that, regardless of investments in adaptation, may not be manageable, risks that ultimately result in loss and damage. Again, there's a lot of information on the website from that technical expert group. And then there is an expert working group on non-economic losses. Again, this is very important, and building on moderator from the speech of the former president yesterday, there are a lot of impacts, losses and damages that are beyond the physical, the tangible losses, but that in fact are also significant, particularly in terms of our societies. So the psychological losses, the loss of cultural heritage, historical losses, all of those things. There is in fact a technical working group of the WIM which focuses on these non-economic and therefore hard to quantify losses and damages from climate change. I know that most of our focus dealing with the fund is actually on those losses that we can quantify and therefore compensate in monetary terms. But there are also losses that you cannot monetize, and you still need to develop strategies to address those losses as part of, I think, our management of the loss and damage fund. So how do we get the loss and damage fund to know, acknowledge, and respond to non-economic losses? So again, a very real resource exists in the work of that expert group. And then there's an expert group on action and support. Again, this expert group provides information that we can access in order to address, to assist us, for instance, to put together proposals to access the fund, proposals about our own responses to the impacts of loss and damage and so on. Now, and the moderator will know this better than I do, the work of these work programs of the UNFCCC at the technical level is actually led by subsidiary bodies. And subsidiary bodies meet before the COP, typically in Bonn, which is the secretariat of the UNFCCC in June. So the work of the Warsaw International Mechanism is actually presided over by the subsidiary body on implementation, SBI. So again, if you're interested in looking at the types of information, the debates, but also the current programs, you go to the UNFCCC website, you look at the subsidiary body on implementation, SBI, and you look at their work program for the next meeting, which is going to be in June of 2024. And in there, you will actually see a lot of technical papers, a lot of statistics, a lot of information that can help us to understand how we can engage with the fund. Now, the modalities of the Warsaw International Mechanism, they have a responsibility and they work to facilitate and support actions that address loss and damage. So that means, for instance, Malawi or Zimbabwe or Zambia could put together a work program with many question marks about how to access the fund or how to even construct a national response strategy. The Warsaw International Mechanism through the SBI can in fact actually respond to that by providing technical assistance. They also have a responsibility to coordinate existing UNFCCC bodies, because there are many bodies in the UNFCCC with different types of responsibility, but also different capabilities and capacities. And we can access those through the WIM. They also promote the development and compilation and analysis and review of existing information. So if we feel that we don't have sufficient capacity to put together, to aggregate all of the different information from the different sources on loss and damage, we can get support from the WIM or any of their technical groups. As I said, the Warsaw mechanism was actually created through the subsidiary body on implementation, created the Santiago Network on loss and damage at COP25 in 2019. And the responsibility of the Santiago Network is in fact to catalyze technical support on loss and damage. This network exists. I think a lot of our own negotiators from the Africa Group of Negotiators are part of that network. So again, we would, if we are preparing a practical program, national program, our first calling point has to be to look at our representatives, our UNFCCC focal point persons, and every country has those. Look at the members of the negotiators group from our focal point persons and see what kind of technical assistance they can leverage from the Santiago Network. And the focus of the Santiago Network is actually on the most vulnerable countries. We heard from Evans yesterday that 34 of the most vulnerable countries are in fact in Africa. And I think Malawi is one of the LDCs that are part of the network. Yeah, so that's from the technical support that is available through the global system. I have two more points if you allow. The one is that just speaking about the types of data, because remember the global system itself also depends on national and subnational mechanisms to compile, access, and analyze data. And we heard yesterday again from the National Met Services that there is a lot of historical data that has been gathered, which can actually be utilized for us to understand climate trends and to begin to attribute impacts to the climate system itself. But there's a challenge here in Africa because most of the historical, national meteorological and hydrological information available or produced by our services is still analog. So you have information from since these services were established a century or more ago, but this information is stored in files, in paper records and so on. Very difficult to access and very difficult to analyze. There is support now available from the African Development Bank to digitize this information. Again, you can go to the AFDB website, look at how that support can be accessed, because this digital review will ultimately make it possible for us to quickly link the climate, to aggregate and link that climate information into trend analysis. And then there is also the global or UN mechanism, which is the World Met Organization, WMO, which has also created regional and national frameworks for climate services. Again, they provide global data and statistics at different scales, the time scales, regional, the geographic scales, and so on. And one of the most important, actually, information that is produced by WMO and by the National Met Services is the seasonal and sub-seasonal climate outlook forecast. Every beginning of the year, every beginning of the rain season, every region, every country actually produces climate outlook forecast, which look at global trends, localize them, and try to predict what is going to happen. Those forecasts are going to become very important because, for instance, like this February, March, April, they will be producing outlook forecasts for the next rain season in Southern Africa. And then there will be a Southern Africa regional climate outlook meeting and so on. We can use the information that is generated there to link, if there is going to be a drought in Southern Africa, they've already predicted it. If it happens, we can then validate that prediction and use this information to compile our own inputs to access the loss and damage fund and so on. That's on the technical side. We also have lately been trying to promote the use of indigenous technical knowledge, because people know, right? I mean, we have people like myself who have been in existence for many years. So I can tell you what the climate was in my youth when I was a young person. The changes that have occurred. And I can use many pointers to validate that information. We know changes that have happened in ecosystems, changes that have happened in biodiversity, in species, and so on. But we haven't developed comprehensive ways of linking indigenous knowledge into our compilation of scientific knowledge. This is a huge gap, and we need particularly the academic institutions, research institutions, our social scientists, and historians to get involved in this process, to help us to put together all of this indigenous knowledge, see how it can be validated. But we know for sure that it is an important contribution to our understanding of the functioning of the climate system and the changes that are occurring in that system. And then, of course, we need the research and academic institutions, the think tanks, to carry out the usual analytics that they do and to bring this into our understanding of loss and damage. So this is the physical information, but you also have the economics as well, which I think was discussed quite significantly yesterday. So allow me to stop there, moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Murombezi. Really, it's been really enriching presentation. I know you have a lot of notes that we needed to share, but for the interest of time, what you've given us, I think, is really rich. And I know that people here would want to have a conversation with you by way of asking questions. But before I open the microphone to the people to ask questions, I have a couple of questions, Doctor, that I want to ask you. That if you look at your presentation, there have been processes leading to the establishment of the fund itself. And most of it, most of the processes, African countries have been part of it. They've been participating fully. And when the fund has been established, why is it that most of the African countries also are not satisfied with the establishment itself and also the regulations of it?
Yeah, you are putting me into dangerous territory here.
You're safe. This is a safe space, Doctor.
I was speaking from the UN perspective rather than the member states, but I'll try. You know, from what we heard in Dubai, and I think yesterday colleagues mentioned this as well, including Philip, when he said that the 700 million that was pledged was actually a drop in the ocean compared to the 400 billion that is actually required to meet current losses and damages that are happening. But recall that the 700 million was actually money that was pledged to get the fund to be operational. The UNFCCC framework says that for the fund to be operational, it needs to have $200 million in its kitty. And so they actually surpassed that. But as you yourself said this morning, these funds are not yet tangible. They were pledges that were made. The fund itself, is the governance mechanisms of the fund still have to be operationalized. And I think the African response, based on our experiences with climate finance generally, starting in Copenhagen, you remember the 100 billion that was pledged and has never quite been met, as well as the operation of the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, and so on. All of those funds have really, although they have been resourced to some extent, they've really not made much funds available to the African continent to support adaptation, to support all of the climate actions that are indicated in our NDCs. So I think a lot of the skepticism emanates from those historical experiences But the skepticism does not, in fact, take into account the fact that we have an opportunity to get representation on the board of this fund and to have an input into how the fund is going to operate, how the disbursement systems are going to be organized, and how the access modalities are also going to be fine-tuned. I think we heard from Richard yesterday online when he was saying that we really need to be active as Africans to ensure that we influence the direction that is taken. So we should not mourn, we should mobilize, right? We should look forward to see what we can do with what we have, make the best use of what is actually available. That's my position.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I also put you on spot again. Now, assuming that we now have been allocated all the money in the world that we want towards this fund, in your view, do you think as African countries, we are prepared for it? For example, in assessing and also quantifying the loss and damages in our countries? Do you have frameworks? Do you have methodologies that are in place that we should be able to go and say that, yes, we are ready for the fund?
Yeah, so I think this is the key question, right? So we have the fund, we have the frameworks and so on. How much capacities do we have? And how can we organize ourselves in order? And my response to that question would be that there are several regional, national, even international institutions and mechanisms that we can mobilize in order to improve our capacities, in order to invest in capacity building, and also in order to provide assistance and guidance towards accessing this fund. The challenge as I see it, and again, we began discussing this yesterday, is one of coordination. There are so many initiatives that are already being implemented across the African continent, but without much of a coordination framework. So we are not speaking to each other in a way that actually builds up to scale. But if Leah was here, I think she would inform us that in 2022, the Africa Union finalized and adopted the Africa Climate Change Strategy. It is now available. It's a public document. That strategy actually is intended to be, in part, a framework to coordinate the activities, policies and strategies from the national level right up to the continental level, including mechanisms for mobilizing financial, technical, as well as technological capacity for the implementation of climate actions. So just as I'm speaking, Leah is walking in. Perhaps you can ask her to come and talk about the climate change strategy, because she drafted, she led the development of that strategy. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you want me to ask another question? But I will not. I'll go to the audience here. Now, if I can already see a lot of hands popping up, so how we're going to do this, we want to be more participatory. And on your table, I know people are busy with their computers and the phones, but now let's try to engage the doctor here. In your table, just a minute, look at the presentation that the doctor has made and also the questions that I was asking, and draw up one question. I'll not be able to give you, I'll not be able to maybe to go all the tables, but I'll ask few tables to ask one question. Just ask a bomb from your group, from his presentation. One person will be allowed to speak on your behalf as a table. So make a consensus and draw one question that we want us to ask Doctor this morning. Thank you very much. Just a minute for that.
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Right. So already I see that some tables have made a consensus. I know some tables are confused because they did not understand the presentation maybe. But we'll allow those that are ready to raise up a hand, and then we'll give them a microphone to ask a question. Yes, that's a good conclusion, Odali. Can you rise up and stand and ask a question now?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Doctor, for the great presentation on financing loss and damage. My name is David Odari, representing NGO Gender Coordination Network. We hear of the figures as your subject was only financing loss and damage. I was wondering how this figure, which is we are not satisfied of, the 700 million US dollars, how was it reached? Number one. Number two, it's also a well-known fact that we have other highly industrialized countries in the world whose activities, industrial activities, have contributed significantly to the climate change issues we are facing today. When making that 700 million, all of those pledges, were they in a special way requested to contribute more than others? Thank you.
Thank you very much, David, for representing this table. And we'll move to the next table for further questions. Yes, you can see almost every table, apart from a few. Of course, many tables have got a question, which is very interesting. So go to that table and then that table.
Okay, my name is Christopher Hodge from Zomba, but I will continue with my vernacular language. So, mafuna ndifusena wakunena kuti ndalamazi zili kale pamalo, ifeyo ngati ma stakeholders pali ndondomeko zanji zimene ifeyo tikuyenera kuti tichite kuti ndalamazo tifikire mwasanga. Nanga aine aka ndalamazo ndi fundo zanji zimene zikupangisa kuti tifike pomakambirana mu chipinda chino kwa mtunda wautali ziko.
So the question is basically looking at, he's saying that the money seems to be available, but what are the mechanisms that the stakeholders will be able to access that particular funding? Yes, we move to the next table. This table, there was also a hand, I recognized it. Another table that wants to speak, I can recognize them because I want to only take one more question, then we close.
Good morning. I think agreeing with what Doc was saying on evidence, on how there's so much evidence from the Global South on how people are being impacted and how much we need this loss and damage fund. Now the question is, what other evidence do they really want? How do they really want it to be presented to them for them to be convinced that that money is needed to help these people? There are a lot of things that happen in the world whereby we know that no evidence is given, but funds is released. Talk of the war in Ukraine, Israel, the Gaza, including the humanitarian aid that is given out there. What evidence do they really gather that makes them release that money? What's the difference with this loss and damage? Why can they not release the funds from whatever we've gathered and given them? We have projections of the droughts. We have projections of what is lost. Why can they not just release? For me, for us here, we feel like it's just delaying tactics from them to prolong this process so that we don't get access to that funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there are those 4 questions that have come. Doctor, would you like to briefly tackle each one of them?
Yeah, I'll try. And I'm comfortable now that Madam Leah is sitting beside me. Yes, the $700 million. So if I understood you correctly, you are saying how was the decision made to make $700 million available? This was not a decision. As I said, the only COP decision regarding the operationalization of the fund was that at least $200 million should be available. What the host of COP28 did was at the beginning of the COP, they actually opened up the space. It was a political discussion that they wanted the fund to be operationalized as one of the outcomes of COP28. And they put forward a pledge of 200 million of their own money. Actually, this links to the second question about whether industrialized countries have a responsibility. In fact, UAE did not have a responsibility in terms of our understanding of common but differentiated responsibility. But they still, as the host, put forward 200 million of their own money. This 200 million then motivated other countries to come forward and contribute monies, I mean, different amounts without any reference to the size of their economy or the size of their emissions or anything like this, different amounts. So at the end, by the first day of the COP, I think it was $702 million or something like that, which had been pledged. Now, these are just pledges. They don't have any relation to the amount of losses and damages that have been estimated for the developing world, which, as I said earlier, is around $400 billion that is required. So the real question is not how the 700 million came into being, because it was to get the fund operationalized. The real question is, how will the operational fund of the, operational resources of the fund, how will those be scaled up to reach the actual need for compensation for loss and damage? And this is where the challenge is, because if you recall, the whole structure of the Paris Agreement is actually a structure of shared responsibility. It is not just the industrialized countries which have a responsibility for paying for supporting climate action, because we have common responsibilities. So, and increasingly what is actually happening, and the way I see it happening, is that we are looking to mobilize resources from national resources, from insurance funds, from the private sector, and so on, because there is no way that available public resources are going to be sufficient to meet the requirements of loss and damage. But the extent to which we will have differentiated contributions also depends on the interpretation of that CBDR provision in the UN FCCC framework. Again, it's one of the positions of the African group that Africa's special needs and circumstances need to be recognized in every decision. In terms of the mechanisms to access the fund, what mechanisms have been put in place? I think the current status is that this is the next stage, right? From the establishment of the fund, now they are finalizing the governance mechanisms. They will put together modalities for access and so on. The big fear, I think, has been that the location of the fund in the World Bank might result in the adoption of World Bank modalities, which, as we know, have always been complicated and difficult for us to access. But I think the fact that the World Bank and everyone has been assured that the governing body of the L&D fund is going to be completely independent from the World Bank, I think is comforting to some extent. The only challenge, I think, is that the cost to the fund of being hosted by the World Bank is 24%. So already we have 700 million and we are already hosted by the World Bank. 24% of that fund, that 700 million, you can subtract as the cost, but then our fund cannot exist free of charge, cannot be housed free of charge, right?
Mhm.
So, I mean, there will be those questions, but in terms of actual access, I think we can contribute to that.
Yes, and the next question?
The next question was, what other evidence is required in order for us to access the fund? Yeah.
Yes.
No, that's a difficult one. I mean, we started talking yesterday about, from the establishment of the Warsaw International Mechanism to the Santiago Network, there has been a lot of work that has been done. The real challenge, I think, is an attribution challenge, as we heard yesterday. Because remember, there is adaptation, which is funded differently from loss and damage. And how do we really, at what specific point does adaptation end and loss and damage begin? In other words, how do we attribute events to loss and damage, or outcomes to extreme climate impacts, or outcomes to policies, normal variabilities, and so on? It's still an open question. And I think this is where we also need to contribute our own experiences and so on to actually say, well, these are the limitations to adaptation. which could have nothing to do with the physical climate system, could be located in economics or psychology or whatever. And these are the limitations of loss and damage. But the question for me is a scientific question of attribution.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Don't leave up the microphone because there's also another important question, but this is coming from the online audience. So we'll open up the microphone from whoever is raising up a hand online to ask us a question. There's also another question that has come, but we would go to someone that is raising a hand to ask a question. Briefly, can you go ahead and ask us a question? Thank you. Shada, I cannot be able to see what you've written, Shada. So if you wouldn't mind, can you go on the microphone and unmute yourself and ask a question to Doctor here? Okay, we move on. Yeah, we'll go.
Okay. Thank you so much, Doctor and colleagues there. My name is Sheila and I work for ActionAid International Uganda. So question to Doctor was that do we have a formula for calculating economic and non-economic losses? If that is so, how prepared are we as the Global South in terms of the policy frameworks to govern the loss and damage funds so that this fund is not kind of treated like the other previous climate funds? And our ask at COP, I was privileged to be a participant at COP. Our ask at COP was that the funds should be grants and not loans. How has this been actualized? Is it still at that level? But also the 24% for us to host the fund at the World Bank to us seems to be on a higher end. What is the grand bargain for us to be able to negotiate further for a reduction of that percentage so that we are able to have the loss and damage fund operationalized with ease in terms of bureaucracies and other processes? So those are my asks. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Sheila, in terms of a formula, the only model-based framework for evaluating loss and damage was developed way back in 2013 for Africa. This is a model that actually links the 4 IPCC projection pathways with potential or possible impacts and translates that into the economic cost of those impacts. That is available online. It was produced by the UN Economic Commission for Africa. But as I say, it is outdated. It is in need of updating. And I think yesterday, our colleague Lucorito did say that we need to start thinking about a process of investing in the updating of that particular model. There are other models, other frameworks, other formulas, but they are not linked to the actual projections and predictions of climate impacts. In terms of the need for grants-based, I think there is a general agreement that one of the limitations of climate finance has been the high cost of finance, and that we need to move away, because even concessional finance is still expensive for us. Yeah, you just get a concession on the interest rate or on the payment period and so on. So yes, I think that was agreed, but I don't know, I cannot say what the fund is going to, how the fund is going to operationalize this request. In terms of the World Bank hosting, again, this was a global agreement. There was a whole process for more than a year, right? Of consultation about where to host the fund. And I wasn't involved, so I don't know the criteria that was used. But for the next 4 years, the fund is going to be hosted by the World Bank, and we have to accept this reality.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for those good responses. I know it's getting hot for you, but now that Lucy is here, we'll allow you to take a break a little bit. But that doesn't mean that the audience is done with you. If there's an opportunity, we'll still have an interaction with you. Lucy, when you're not here, we already we had a round of applause for you. Leah, we had a round of applause for you. And now I don't think that it would be no harm for us to give another round of applause when you have been able to explore the existing governance landscapes in African countries, positioning Africa for effective action on loss and damages. And then when you do that, a good round of applause is going to come. So over to you, Leah.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you, James. Apologies for coming in late. Some of us carried our offices here as well, so something ran over. So in terms of policy frameworks, I'm coming from an institution whose key mandate is harmonization of policies and frameworks across the continent. So you don't have 3 different countries with 3 different policies, which sometimes contradict each other, especially on issues where we have transboundary issues. I'm looking at climate change. Is not, you cannot say this is the part for Kenya and this is the part for Uganda and Tanzania. Issues like wildlife conservation, of course, we have challenges there. For example, these are policies may be different across neighboring countries. So the main role of AU actually is policy harmonization and coherence. So the first activity, if you want to call it governance, of course, we have the Paris Agreement on climate change. We have the Sendai framework on disaster risk reduction. And we also have a little bit touching on this subject, also the Convention on Biological Diversity. These are global frameworks where countries have pledged and committed to implement. They have made commitments to deliver those. So what do we do at the regional level? We try to domesticate these global frameworks and bring them down at the continental level, and taking into account just the priorities from those ones adopted at 100 or 200 countries. Sometimes they are by consensus. So you may not be too comfortable on something, but because it's about multilateralism and everyone being on the table, of course you say yes to a few things which may not be really applicable at home. So we take those policy frameworks. Let's take, for example, the Sendai framework on disaster risk reduction, and we develop the program of action for Africa for the implementation of the Sendai framework. So this just takes the indicators which are there at the global framework, but then you take down the 5 or 6 extra ones that you feel are important for Africa to meet its targets. Because as I said, sometimes it's good to domesticate at the regional level. In terms of the Paris Agreement, for example, we did that through the development of the AU Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy and Action Plan, with a lot of support from UNECA. We had regional consultations. And if you look at that strategy, the beauty of it, it was forward-looking. So all these things that were adopted at COP28, the global stocktake, if you find the pillars, they're so much aligned, you'd think they actually copy-pasted. So we're very proud of that particular fact. And we'll be sharing it just to have a look. And if countries actually try to implement these regional frameworks, they might even be meeting other commitments across. So under these different regional frameworks, we also come up with programs. So we do have, for example, yesterday there was a lot of mentioning of the Early Warning for All initiative. Of course, from the AU, we have our Africa Multi-Hazard and Early Action program, which looks at different kinds of hazards, if you call them that, of course, climate related. We have work which is going on climate information services. And I'll be talking to my neighbor here to find out why we are not really collaborating on some of these aspects. And there are many regional institutions which are actually carrying out these things, like ACMAD. They are doing a lot of work and providing this early warning and early, are they called early action initiatives. So in terms of how do we ensure governance, these partnerships. Yesterday, it was also said nobody can do it alone. I think it was a rallying call by Charles. We at AU collaborate with PACJA here. We collaborate with UNECA, and that's why we are also here to provide support. So you take what is possible at your level. We have the role for the scientists. We have the role for the civil society. We have a role for the political institutions. So, of course, the minister was here yesterday. We had the former head of state, and these ones play more in the political space, getting the commitments done. But the actual operationalization of these things needs other frameworks, which these politicians have to adopt.
but it also requires people like James to come with the science. And we have the civil society and all these partners who are here today, ActionAid, Oxfam. These are the people at the country level who are now implementing some of these frameworks. Of course, synergies, and this is mainly important for resource mobilization. We have so many frameworks, overlapping ones. We know climate change is cross-cutting, and so are many issues around it. So if we have different ministries, and that's why it's important to bring all the ministries together, there's a little bit of everything for the same people. And I think yesterday there was quite a little bit, there was a number of different ministries represented here. I think there was gender, etc. And the role is to see how best to work together to implement, especially the overlapping ones. So if you decide to implement these Rio conventions, for the lack of a better word, take the CBD, UNFCCC and UNCCD conventions, I'm sure there are areas where you can jointly implement activities instead of everyone duplicating and doing their own work, because that just splits the resources. So instead of having $1 million for one project, you have $20, and when you split that, the impact is not so big, because then they'll say this is a project for CBD, this is a project for the people working on adaptation, this is a small one for mitigation. So the synergies are important, especially if you want to be resource efficient in terms of technical support and also finances. But looking at the fund itself, we know there's a fund. We know the challenges that have been coming with, we have experience with funds. They are nice, they're launched, there are pledges made, but how to access that fund becomes an uphill task. The beneficiaries are usually the keepers of the money or the structures that are adopted to manage that fund. We hear here there's a World Bank, of course, they will make a cut there just because they are hosting the fund, and very little will come to down to the communities, to where you just need to buy 5 bricks or a bag of cement. You don't need a consultant from the World Bank to develop a proposal for you to be able to buy a bag of cement or to plant some mangroves on the coastline. So we work a lot on this. We are trying our best to see how we can do a little bit of these trainings and showing that there is money outside the normal frameworks. Like, it doesn't have to be the GCF money or the JEF money.
Okay.
You can find it from the private sector. You can find it from even the faith-based institutions. You find churches, they do build their schools. And they do things outside just everyone trying to do their part. Then we have programs which like resilient infrastructure. With or without the loss and damage fund, it's up to government and communities to ensure that if a flood comes, you're prepared. But if you don't, and it comes to the issue raised by James, attribution. So if a house was near a river somewhere and the flood comes, and then you're trying to say it's a pollution caused by the UK in 1949, and it was not the pollution by Spain during that year that caused this flooding in country X. So it becomes a little bit complicated, considering they will say we provided money for you to move your schools, or we have been working with UN Habitat to ensure there is resilient schools, and they will come up with all this because there are frameworks and opportunities by different institutions. So of course we have our own responsibilities as we wait for this funding. What are some of the challenges before I hand over? Sometimes we do have the common African position. It's a good position because it's unified, and you have a better leverage in the negotiations. But even within the African continent, different countries are at different levels. We have LDCs, and we also have the developing countries. And even within those developing, some are very much more advanced than others. But the common position puts you at the same level. So these are some of the balances that we'll need to see. How, for example, Malawi now is a chair of the LDCs. Will he now say, I'm advocating for LDCs or for Africa? When it comes to issues like special needs and circumstance for Africa. Because then when it comes to that discussion, everyone will say we are all the same, but some of us have more needs than the others. The islands will say we have more needs than the other countries. So again, there's also the political will And it's not because the politicians do not want to assist. There's competing priorities, of course. So depending on how skilled or how connected the minister for that this particular portfolio is able to advocate. And if you notice, the ministers for finance would be mainly male dominated. The ones for environment will be more female kind of oriented. So of course there's that which affects as well. And then the development of the bankable projects. Someone asked James, I think, how do we know which the criteria to qualify or something of the sort? It will be very difficult. Like I said, there's that thin line between where is it adaptation, where you should have actually built better, and there's nothing you could have done. You have just been caught off guard. So I'll stop there, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Leah Wanamba. Let's give her a round of applause. We can do it. Let's give her a round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you very much, Leah. I know, again, just like Doctor, because of limited time constraints, you'll not be able to continue from there, but we'll give a chance to the people to ask you some few questions, and then we'll wrap up. But before that, I have just one question, and then I'll pass it on to my colleagues that are here. You mentioned that African countries are at different levels of growth, and in terms of governance also, they're different, they are at different levels. In terms of models on governance in these countries, do you have any country that would pick as a model? Where are they doing well in terms of the governance that you can be able to share sitting at the AUC? That's a question that I wanted to ask you. In terms of the challenges that you've highlighted, are there any mechanism to address this at that level? So therefore, I will open the floor for questions to people sitting in the audience, also people online. If you've got any question that you want to ask, Leah from AUC, you are free to do that. Okay, there are no hands in the building, and I'm not sure whether there's any hand online. No hands. Leah, you know, you have been really good because your explanations have been really on point, apart from the few questions that I asked you. So would you want to respond to them?
Your first question is, you're trying to get me arrested at the airport.
You will not. You will not.
So on issues of governance, I think we have different modes of governance. Some work, some do not work. Some are more based on the African context.
Yes.
Others are based on European ways of, if you want to call it European ways of governance. So we have different levels of governance or models. So depending on the kind you have, because if I say one country here, I'll be in trouble. For example, you may have, for the lack of a better word, a dictatorship, or a country where they have had one president since everybody in the country was born. You'll find sometimes in those countries, structures are in place. So if you want something done, it's just the president can say, today we are building a road here, and nobody will protest that. So, and then you have others where they have to vote for 10, 20 years before they agree. They have to do through participation. And so the person without that, without the good governance might have the job done quicker than the one with the good governance. And I'll give an example when we invite countries to meetings. If you send it 3 months in advance to everybody, you might get a higher participation. Some countries respond within 24 hours, but others, it has to be approved by parliament. So you'll find there are countries you will never see in a meeting because every time your invitation goes, parliament met yesterday. You are right, your request comes today.
Yeah.
So I'll stop there in terms of governance. But good governance means you're able to keep the people happy. The basic needs are met. You have built resilient infrastructure, and you will know if it's good governance, if there are no uprisings every now and then. Yeah. In terms of mechanisms to address the challenges, especially on the common position, of course, there's that consensus building where you try to give and take, but we also encourage the South-South collaboration. So countries within the same REC can work together to see how they assist each other before they even try to go to go outside the continent. From the commission, we try to advocate to say Africa is one. So terminologies such as sub-Saharan Africa, we don't use.
Okay.
And we do have funding, which is sometimes restricted to just, let me now use it, the sub-Saharan part. So the Africa part without the North Africa. And we lobby every time we say, no, the continent is one. We cannot say that these budgets cannot be used to sponsor delegates from the North Africa and South Africa, for example, because they say these regions are in competition, for example, with the EU. So they are perceived to be advanced. So this money is restricted to specific countries, but we try to ensure that that division is not there. So we find ways, if the money is just for this part of the continent, the commission now raises for the remaining part of the countries which are not covered. So I will leave it to the room to know what is a model for good governance and what is not, and how sustainable those models are as well. Thank you.
Interesting. Thank you very much. At least you've attempted to answer the question. I have follow-up questions, which we can actually take them maybe outside. But for now, I would give you a chance to wind up, each one of you. But in your summary, Doctor, I would want also you to be looking forward. You mentioned about the involvement of academia, research institutions, the think tanks and the like. Now, my question is, what are the key priority areas that are of focus to further research and evidence to support the case for funding in loss and damage initiatives in African countries? So if you, in your summary, you should be able to address that. And again, for you, Leah, moving forward, what are the key priority areas or recommendations for strengthening governance frameworks in African countries to better position them for effective action on loss and damage? Thank you. The floor is yours, Doctor.
Thank you. And thanks to Leah as well. So actually, at COP28, immediately after the announcement of the launch of the fund, African institutions got together under the leadership of the African Union to create a task force on the operationalization of the loss and damage. So this was the African Union Commission, the UN Economic Commission for Africa, the African Development Bank, the regional office of the World Met Organization, and PACJA. And we agreed that we needed to start working immediately to look at what is required in terms of ensuring that, in fact, the fund is operationalized in ways that are transparent and responsive to the needs of the continent on the side of the fund, but also how we could begin a process of building our own capacities to utilize the fund in order to respond to loss and damage on the continent. So that process is underway. And hopefully by the time we get to the SB's meetings in June, we will have begun to put together priorities in terms of required information, research, capacity building, and so on for the African continent. And I really look forward to reporting back to this process, to this meeting, because this is an annual meeting, right? So hopefully by the time we meet again, we should have some tangible results. That's one. The second, we mentioned yesterday, the whole issue of the NDC 3.0. We also want to ensure that we develop NDCs now, because the next generation of NDCs are actually going to be climate commitments for 10 years, 2025 to 10 years after that, 2035.
Yeah.
So we need to ensure that those NDCs are realistic, implementable, but are also mechanisms for resource mobilization, for adaptation, mitigation, but also for loss and damage. So there are opportunities that we can already take advantage of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Leah?
Thank you, moderator. I think to strengthen governance, we need to keep doing what we've been doing. Be active in those climate negotiations, follow all the discussions that are going on. Because I think the reason we even have this loss and damage fund is because there has been a push, and I think especially by Africa. So we have our negotiators. It's not an easy task to follow negotiations throughout the year, being away for long periods of time from the families to just sit there. And when they get there, they still go home after midnight or 3 a.m. So that active participation in the negotiations, and in the negotiations, of course, we need to ensure that we are not just taking the parties, the support of other non-state actors is important. I'm looking at our colleagues from the media who have to actually translate the scientific language like NDCs into Swahili or any other local language that we may have. I'm looking at the civil society who are kind of checking governments and ensuring they not make commitments that they cannot meet, and that that could be wrong in one way or another. I think also advocacy and popularization. A platform like this, I think everybody will go home knowing something about loss and damage, which could be of use either when developing a proposal or representing their countries at a particular platform. And the last one, I would say, or the second last, education. This is a year of, the AU theme for the year is on education. So, and I think introducing some of these things early on to the schools, so the children grow up knowing about some of these climate or disaster risks, or, there's a lot you could teach when people are in school. So when they're grown up, they engage with other countries on a similar level. We also have the disadvantage of using a second language. So some of these words, if you don't know them growing up, and then you go to negotiate, you're thinking something really big, and then it's things which can be broken down for those native speakers, for example, of English. I think it took forever for most of us to understand I and disease. It was not getting in until one day you realize, oh, they just meant climate actions. But they just had to give it a fancy name because that's how it's done. And then the use of champions, I thought that Dr. Joyce, for example, is an example of someone who could champion the cause for the continent, ensure there's governance, and ensure that she's in the right places where those decisions are made. And financing, we should be able to spend money to get money. I don't know how we'll do that, but these negotiations are complex, and governance issues are tricky because they are also not existing in a space. Loss and damage is just one of the issues that countries have to deal with at the national level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leah, for those concluding remarks. And thank you very much indeed, Doctor, for the concluding remarks. But again, there's a question, just to make it clear that this is break time. So we are spilling over. We are moving forward with the program, but we'll break in a moment. So allow me to recognize a question that is coming from an online audience or participant. So we'll allow them to ask a question. And then while we're doing that, I'll ask Gloria Nyirenda, a program officer from Save the Children, to come and do some recap of our discussion this morning. So anyone online with a question? Introduce yourself and put up a question, very brief question.
Can you hear me? Kindly confirm.
Yes, we can hear you, Sheila.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thanks, my sister in the panel. I just want to, I don't know if it is a question or an observation on issues of recognizing the ethnic diversity in the continent. And so how do we break down the scientific language that is written in blueprint for us to be able to have the climate actions, the climate agenda reach the last mile persons who may not be speaking the language that I am speaking. So I think it is very important that the language that is complex, that is used in several climate engagements, but also the negotiation, should be kind of broken down at country level for people or communities that are most affected by climate change, who do not even speak the language that we're speaking, and yet they're the ones who bear the brunt. So I think that's one observation that we made even at COP28, and it is something that we need to continuously have advocacy on so that the science is broken down. Then the other is on the issue of the negotiators. She's already talked about it. Issues of financing, some of the challenges that impede us from bringing the women, the young people that are grossly affected by climate impacts into these rooms is financing. And therefore, it might be prudent for us to find a way of domesticating some of these actions at country level, so that we have more young women, we have more young people in these spaces to bring the climate realities. Otherwise, we will be speaking in rooms where the real people that are affected by climate change are not in those rooms. And so it is also important that we begin to think of how to train the young negotiators most of the negotiators, with all due respect, in the room, I did not see a representation, an equal representation of young people who are negotiators in the room, not because they do not have the capacities, but maybe because we've not taken a very bold and deliberate move for us to negotiate, to prepare young people to be negotiators in the room. And so therefore, it's my expectation that in COP29 and also the pre-COP engagements at Bonn, the Africa Climate Summit, I would expect that we have more young people and more women. Again, women representation in these climate conversations is still a very huge challenge because of the so many challenges that women face, especially when it comes to issues of technology and so on. So it is very important that we have a deliberate move to have young people and women in these spaces. Lastly, as ActionAid Uganda, we've been able to have a bold step in terms of doing several studies. Last year, we did a study in Uganda's readiness to access the loss and damage fund, and this was deliberate ahead of the COP. And some of the very key findings there have enabled us to shape the agenda, post-COP agenda, but also to define some of the asks or advocacy, especially to government. And some of the findings are related to issues in terms of gaps in policy and institutional setups for the loss and damage fund, but also the technical capacity gaps in the relevant institutions, including financial instruments to address loss and damage fund. But also clearly the low levels of risks and vulnerability assessment, technology and data infrastructure were the key top challenges that we found out in the study. And therefore, it is very important that as civil society, that we also do several assessments and studies so that we present some of these positions from an informed point of view. And I want to agree with my sister that whereas we have several other frameworks, I think the domestication of these frameworks in terms of trickling down is very important, setting up the technology, the infrastructure that is needed for the loss and damage fund to be operational, but also to reach the very last mile persons. And policy advocacy for domesticating climate finance for me is top notch. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shira, for your submission. Really, those are very, very pertinent and concrete recommendations. I wouldn't pick any question in as far as I've heard her. Those are very good recommendations that our rapporteurs have taken note of, and they will be part and parcel of the report. And quickly, while we're waiting for the for us to go to break, I want just to remind you that this session we are looking at accelerating access to financing and technical assistance to loss and damage. And speakers included Dr. James Mulombezi from ECA Zimbabwe, where he was exploring existing ecosystem of evidence and loss and damage and mechanisms for scaling up evidence to support the care for loss and damage funding in Africa, while Leah Wanamba, a senior policy officer from AUC, was exploring existing governance landscape in African countries, positioning Africa for effective action on loss and damage. Reached here, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time that we go for a tea break, or coffee break, water break, whatever break you would want to have, and we'll resume after some minutes. Is it 20 minutes? 10 minutes. 10 minutes, we just grab our coffee, we get a fresh air, and then we resume again after 10 minutes, and then we proceed with the program. Thank you very much. Enjoy your tea. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I didn't crucify you more.
mu 2022. Hello,
Hello.
settle down, please. We are about to begin the next session. Let's settle down. I want to confirm whether we have Delia Kaiser online. Delia Kaiser, are you online?
Yes, I am online.
Thank you so much. And so you'll begin, Delia, just for your information, just a heads up. When we start, you'll begin the presentation. Then do we have Ben Wilson online?
Yes, we do. Hi, can you hear me?
Thank you so much. Yeah, we can hear you. So
Great.
just hold on. We are about to begin. Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning again. Can we just stand, please? Let's stand. Just try to stretch a bit. Charles, I'm waiting for you to stand and stretch. Thank you. Let's have a seat. So, colleagues, we are changing gears now. The next session is going to look at lessons from funding mechanisms outside the UNFCCC and what really works for Africa and what doesn't. And as you may bear witness with me, of course, we've been focusing since yesterday on the funding mechanism within the UNFCCC. But of course, we understand that the success of the loss and damage fund will largely depend on the operational modalities that we've been talking about, access modalities, financial instruments, and of course, funding structures that are to be developed and approved by the board. So, so how can this fund really be fit for purpose, especially for Africa? And what are some of the best practices we can learn from? So as we interrogate this and of course discuss and come up with recommendations on the ideal framework and access for accessing the fund and of course responding to loss and damage in the context of Africa. This of course including developing proposals for appropriate access modalities for funding in Africa. We acknowledge that there is a whole ecosystem of funding mechanisms that we really need to interrogate and learn from. So this session basically, therefore, as I mentioned, we're focusing on interrogating some of the question also we've been asking since yesterday, including what are some of the climate financing mechanisms available for Africa? Is the private sector or are the private sector investments useful in bridging the gap? And of course, what are some of those best practices in terms of governance models out there that we can learn from, of course, including access modalities from these alternative mechanisms? So to respond to these questions, we have two presenters who are going to join us virtually. We have Delia Kaiser, from the Global Shield Secretariat. Then we have Dr. Ben Wilson, who is a Public Engagement Director and from CIAF, who will also talk about government direct model on loss and damage, of course, interventions to developing countries. So these two, we were supposed to have three presenters, but Dr. Olufonso may not be able to join us because of connectivity issues. But these two presenters will help us really to delve deeper into respond to these questions in terms of what can we learn from these mechanisms and how really can they contribute into fit for purpose loss and damage funding under the UNFCCC. So please be attentive, and after the presentations, we will open the floor for Q&A and more suggestions and recommendations from the floor. So to begin us with the presentation, I would like to invite Delia Kaiser from the Global Shield Secretariat. Please introduce yourself, and you have 15 minutes to deliver your presentation. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity. A warm welcome from my side. My name is Delia Kaiser, and I'm an advisor to the Global Shield Secretariat. And in the next 15 minutes, I will give you a brief overview about the Global Shield Against Climate Risk and will present the initiative to you. Maybe to start with, the Global Shield, why do we build the Global Shield Against Climate Risk? Why do we set up the initiative? We simply see that the traumatic consequences of climate change have increased significantly, be it storms, droughts, and floods, and they become more frequent and more intense. These extreme weather events and the slow impacts from climate change pose a growing risk to the sustainable development of all countries, particularly for the most vulnerable countries and communities. So despite climate action and investments in adaptation to climate change, residual risks leading to climate-related losses and damages remain. We have seen that in most vulnerable countries, only a small proportion of losses due to climate change are protected, so leaving thus to an estimated average protection gap of about 98%. So to address these risks and to close the protection gap, the Group of the Vulnerable 20, B20, and the Group of 7, G7, joined forces and launched the Global Shield Against Climate Risk initiative at COP27 in November 2022. And in the next minutes, I will share an overview of what the initiative is aiming at and how the initiative is set up. Just briefly checking, can you see the slides? If not, I can share it also here again from my screen.
Please feel free to share your slides.
Mm-hmm. Just a second.
Let us know if you are facing any challenges.
Yeah, can you see the slides now?
Not yet.
Okay, I'm still trying.
Yes, we can see
Okay,
that.
thank you. Okay, so okay, I'll already jump to this slide. So you can see the Global Shield Against Climate Risks is fostering the demand side and is focusing on a country-owned approach. It's important to support global cooperation to increase financial protection against climate risks. So this is the first pillar. The second pillar that we see that is important to further support is the inclusive and systematic in-country processes to really assess vulnerabilities and to close the protection gap as mentioned. The last pillar that is important for the Global Shield is to have a global and flexible financing structure to mobilize the needs-based technical and financial support for countries that is needed. So with more and better prearranged trigger-based finance, we seek to have immediate availability of resources, of financial resources in response to disasters, so that this is coming in the most efficient, effective, and fastest way for the economy, for businesses, and for communities. Let me briefly share with you the setup of the Global Shield, the governance, because I think this is also important to know. We are co-chaired by two governments, by two government representatives. One co-chair is coming from Ghana, one co-chair is currently coming from Germany, and both co-chairs have the oversight on the Global Shield board. In Global Shield Board, we also have equal representation of vulnerable countries, countries affected by climate change, and supporting countries. We also have the Coordination Hub, which is our technical and implementation work, bringing together the different actors, be it from financial resources from the different banks and financing organizations, or be it from supporting UN organizations. We also have the technical advisory group, and you can see the secretariat, of which I am part of, is supporting with administrative work. There are many supporters behind the Global Shield, and I think this is an important message when you look at the pledges. We have really different partners supporting the Global Shield financing structure and programs that are linked to the Global Shield. Among the donors and partners, we have Germany, France, Ireland, Luxembourg, Denmark, Canada, USA, Japan, and the European Union. And you can see we roughly are now at the point of roughly 300 million euros for supporting currently 9 countries in the Pathfinder region. I'll come to this later. What does the Global Shield do more in detail? You can see with this overview what kind of support the Global Shield offers. In focus, we have, of course, the financial instruments, be it retention funds or national disaster risk funds, risk transfer products, for example, regional risk pools, but also, for example, crop insurance at household level. It can be credit guarantees that are supported with the Global Shield, contingent credits, or setting up financial market instruments, and of course, parametric and forecast-based finance. We also do offer within the Global Shield financing opportunities, premium and capital support for solutions. But I also want to emphasize the technical support the Global Shield offers. This starts with the risk analysis. Together with partners, we strongly support capacity building on the topic of climate and disaster risk finance. We support to strengthen the regulatory frameworks within countries, regions, and to further integrate climate and disaster risk financing into the disaster risk management strategies. It's our goal to link this to early warning systems and to strengthen distribution channels once a disaster hits, so that money or support is quickly available. So you can also see the link to social protection systems as disbursement mechanism is of importance for us. How do we do this? How does the Global Shield work? And here you can see the process, our Global Shield in-country process, the step-by-step approach that we undertake. And let me briefly mention, we went through this with the government of Ghana, and I will share later in the comments also the link, so you can see the different documents and overviews from how we set up this process with Ghana. But among our Pathfinder countries, for example, we also have Senegal and Malawi. So we initiate the in-country process with the government and of a country, and the government chooses to set a lead ministry, a focal contact, and a support structure in place. And once this is set up, we invite different stakeholders. You can see here country representatives, local civil society, the local and the international private sector, affected and targeted groups, and also development organizations and further stakeholders in the topic of climate and disaster risk finance, to have an initial start of the Global Shield and to start with a stock take. So what is already existing in the country, what kind of mechanisms or what kind of knowledge, what has already taken place. With the stock take, we also link this to risk assessment. So what comes out after the stock take is also the gap analysis to see what is needed in terms to better support the different groups and especially of course, vulnerable populations. Together with this group of partners, we then work together with the lead ministry on a request for climate and disaster risk finance and insurance support. This request for support can list different activities within the realm of the Global Shield. And we will take this request for support and then work together with different financing institutions to tailor-made solutions for the support package so that the needs of the countries are met. And then, of course, the last and most important part is also the implementation of this support. This can be really a variety of different solutions that are then implemented within the country. And as said, with Ghana, we have a very good example, and I can share the details of the process with Ghana with you. One last point that I would like to emphasize here in the process, in the in-country process, is the inclusion of the different stakeholder groups, because we see it is important to have this inclusive process, to have this kind of really process where you have the different communities coming together, and a process that is not looking at a single solution, but really offering solutions for different affected and targeted groups. So you can see the in-country coordination strongly comes together from local civil society, country representatives, not only the lead ministry, but of course also other ministries and authorities within the country. We have also the local, international and private sector, because it's our goal to set up long-lasting and sustainable solutions that can continue for a long time and really meet the needs. So you can see it's most important for us that this process is country-led. So this really helps the government to identify urgent financial protection needs and to set up the tailored support, the request for tailored support from the financing structure. And it's important for us to have the participation of the affected groups to include their perspectives in the role. I'll stop here. You can see here the link to our website and to our Twitter account. And yeah, as I said, I will share further details in the chat. So you have an example at hand how the Global Shield has been working in Ghana for so that you can further discuss this, and I'm also happy to take questions. I'll stop here and hand back to our moderator.
Thank you so much, Kaiser. Please, let's give a good round of applause. Yeah, I think that was a very, very good presentation. And of course, you've tried to stick within the allocated time. Of course, you've talked about what Global Shield is, and the three pillars, of course, including global cooperation, issues of inclusive and systematic country processes to assess vulnerabilities, and of course, the issue of global and flexible financing to structure, of course, to mobilize need-based and technical support. You've also talked about the partners, including, of course, the range of the support within the Global Shield, which includes the financial investments or instruments, and of course, technical support. And of course, you've stressed, of course, the very important need aspect, of course, on in-country coordination and inclusion of different stakeholder groups, of course, to inform country priorities based on vulnerable people's needs, and of course, local civil society organizations. I think this is very, very important, and I hope you've noted your questions down. At this point, we won't take questions at this point. We want to invite the second presenter so that we can take the questions for the two presenters all together, if you allow me. So at this juncture, I would like to invite Dr. Benson Wilson, who is the Public Engagement Director for CF, to talk about government's direct model on loss and damage interventions to developing countries. Dr. Ben, you have the next 15 minutes. Then after that, we'll open the floor for discussions and Q&A. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, moderator, and nice to be with you all today. Good morning, and sorry I can't be there in person, but really delighted to have been invited to come and speak to you remotely from my home here in Glasgow. I think I should share my own slides, I think, so just bear with me one moment and I can do that, if I can remember how. Okay, can I just check that everyone can see my slides?
Yes, we can see your slides. Please
Great,
proceed.
thank you. So my name is Ben Wilson. I am the Public Engagement Director at SCIAF, which is the Scottish Catholic International Aid Fund. I'm going to be talking today about the example of funding loss and damage from Scotland, specifically from the Scottish Government. I should clarify that I do not represent the Scottish Government. I work for an NGO, but we have been at SCIAF working together with Trocare Malawi, Sisonek and other partners in Malawi, implementing some of the Scottish Government's commitment to loss and damage for a number of years now. And so I'm going to be presenting on some of the learning from that project and really inviting people to reflect on this model of bilateral support for loss and damage and some of the good things and some of the challenges that that might present. So I'll talk a little bit about Scottish Government's loss and damage commitments. I'll then take us back a little step just to reflect on the definition of loss and damage at the global scale and how that relates to this issue of bilateral as opposed to multilateral loss and damage support. I'll talk more about the loss and damage programs that SCIAF has been involved in with those partners I mentioned, and then extrapolate some learnings from that. But taking us back to the origins of the Scottish commitment, this is goes back to COP26 in Glasgow. So for a number of years in the lead up to COP26 in Glasgow, Scottish civil society organisations, including SCIAF, lobbied the Scottish Government to become the first country in the world to commit funding for loss and damage, explicitly for loss and damage at COP26. We, working together with partners across the world, including Sisonek, helped bring the Scottish Government's attention to the issue of loss and damage, and through a series of advocacy and lobbying activities, including a series of talks called the Glasgow Climate Dialogues, which took place few months ahead of COP26 in Glasgow. We managed to achieve what we'd set out to do, which was secure the Scottish Government commitment to loss and damage finance, and all credit goes to the Scottish Government for making that commitment, which was really, a groundbreaking announcement. It was said to break the taboo on loss and damage finance, and other people around the world were encouraged to follow the lead of the Scottish Government and making more financial commitments to the fund. Now, when we set out, in a sense, to try to consider if this was an appropriate ask the Scottish Government to commit bilaterally, we had to reflect on a number of things, including right back to the origins of loss and damage itself. We were asking ourselves, is a bilateral commitment appropriate for loss and damage, given that the calls for loss and damage for such a long time had really come from the multilateral space, right? So the origins of loss and damage, as you will know, go back to the early 90s, and demand from the small island states that the UNFCCC should have at its core a redistributive element, which was that the countries who are responsible for climate change would pay into a fund, and countries who were suffering climate impacts would be able to draw down from that fund in order to tackle climate impacts. Now, you'll know that that was rejected in the early 90s, and instead what we got in the UNFCCC, in the convention, is basically an agreement that everything we do on climate change under the convention is a common effort. It's a shared effort. It's not about redistribution. It's about a common effort. But they did also acknowledge that whilst there are common responsibilities, there are also differentiated capabilities and responsibilities. So whilst it's a common effort, they agreed to a principle which acknowledges, in a sense, that developing countries have less of a responsibility to act, and also developed countries have more responsibility to act and also more capability to act. But ultimately, it was still about a common endeavour with that caveat. And that takes us to this point in 2021, when we're wondering about the bilateral support from Scottish Government and loss and damage. And in a sense, back then, the idea was that if the Scottish Government can make a commitment to loss and damage, and then maybe other actors can come and make bilateral commitments, that would provide an opportunity to create political pressure to establish a global fund under the UNFCCC, and also that the experience of countries like Scotland making commitments like this could then be used to inform the global fund, which we always hoped would be produced. And of course, as you know, at COP27 in Egypt and then at COP28 in Dubai, that fund under the UNFCCC on loss and damage has now been established. But as you will also know, the talks about what exactly that fund will look like are still very much happening at the moment, and the new board for the Loss and Damage Fund will meet in just about a month or 5 or 6 weeks away, and there's still a lot of work to be done on deciding exactly what that fund will look like. And so we hope that some of these small examples from the Scottish example can help inform the big discussions at the global level. So just reflecting back on that context, I wanted to quickly just check in to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing when it comes to loss and damage. Because of the complex politics behind it, there are still a number of different ideas and definitions around the concept which float around the world within policymakers, within NGOs, and within people in government. But ultimately, the definition that we used in this project is that loss and damage refers to climate change impacts which were not or cannot be avoided by adaptation or mitigation efforts. So sometimes there is loss and damage because adaptation cannot happen, that the impacts are beyond the limits of adaptation, and sometimes it's because the adaptation has not happened, and we know that adaptation is significantly underfunded, has been underfunded for years, and therefore the impact of that is that we're seeing more loss and damage. And secondly, just to clarify that the terminology which we use, and which is, becoming pretty much agreed, there's a consensus around globally, is that when we talk about action to avert loss and damage, we mean mitigation, we mean reducing emissions. When we talk about action to minimize loss and damage, we mean adaptation activities. But when we talk about action to address loss and damage, we mean after the impact has already happened. And that is what the Loss and Damage Fund should be supporting. And that's what the Scottish Government commitment on loss and damage has been supporting, is action to address loss and damage. And secondly, just quickly, again, clarifying, I think this has been concept which has kind of been thrown around and people have different takes on around the world, but ultimately what we're kind of getting to is a point of consensus where we understand that loss refers to the unrecoverable or irretrievable things which have been lost as a result of climate impacts, but damage refers to the things which can be recovered through investment, such as damaged agricultural land, broken water points, or collapsed bridge, etc. In terms of the Scottish Government's commitments, they at each COP since COP26, they've been making different announcements. So initially there was £2 million announced at COP26, and the initial recipients for this include SCIAF and the project that we've been implementing with Trócaire Malawi, which I'm going to talk about later, but also the Climate Justice Resilience Fund, CJRF. I'm not sure if they've been represented at this symposium or not, but they've got a huge amount of learning and experience which has come from implementing these projects too, which I would encourage anyone interested to check out. At COP27 in Egypt, the Scottish Government announced a further £5 million of funding, which has also been implemented by CJRF, and this is specifically for non-economic loss and damage. And then at COP28, £1 million was announced for the C40 Cities initiatives, looking at loss and damage in urban contexts, and £1 million for Give Directly, who I know are co-sponsors of today's symposium. As I said, if you want to learn more about some of the other projects which the Scottish Government has funded, you can find more information online. There's a blog here that I've highlighted which highlights the first spending of that £2 million by CGRF, but also the Stockholm Environment Institute, and also ICAD in Bangladesh, the International Centre for Climate Change and Development, the organisation of the late Salim Huq. And also the Scottish Government hosted a conference ahead of COP27 in Egypt, which really led to a huge amount of gathering of information and evidence and science, which is published together in this report, Practical Action for Addressing Loss and Damage, which you can find online. But this project I'm talking about today is it was initially funded with £500,000 of funding that was extended by a further 300,000, and the project is wrapping up by the end of March this year. The partners have been SCIAF, Trócaire Malawi, also CARD, CADICOM Zomba, and CICINEC in Nsanje and Zomba. And really the backstory towards this funding is that the Scottish Government had been supporting an initiative led by these partners of climate adaptation. That was called the Climate Challenge Programme Malawi. And that programme ended just around the same time as the Scottish Government made its loss and damage commitment. And what we realised was that through that adaptation work, there were some examples we could point to whereby communities had managed to avoid loss and damage, the loss and damage coming from the cyclones which hit Malawi in early 2022, that some of them had managed to avoid the impacts because of the adaptation work that they'd been part of through the CCPM, but others had not. The adaptation was not good enough, or it had failed, and that brought into question the point about the limits to adaptation and the fact that the extent and the intensity of the cyclones now being experienced in Malawi are in some cases beyond the capability of communities to possibly adapt, and therefore it felt appropriate, and credit to the Scottish Government for therefore reaching out to us and saying, let's go back to those communities we'd been working with and to others affected in the region and support them now with loss and damage to help them address the impacts which they've already experienced beyond the limits of adaptation. So what did we do? Well, we actually looked to reuse a number of the tools which we'd been using as part of the adaptation programme, including this participatory vulnerability capacity assessment tool, the PVCA. This is the tool that will be familiar to many of you that we'd used to help do a community-led approach on climate adaptation in the CCPM. And then in the case of loss and damage project, we sought experts. We spoke to the Stockholm Environment Institute, and we asked them for advice on how we could slightly amend the assessment tool in order to make it appropriate for loss and damage. And we did a number of different activities, which again, I'm sure many of you as practitioners will be really strongly familiar with in terms of helping draw out from the community the experiences of loss and damage that they have experienced, and help them articulate what they think would help address those losses and damages, including community mapping, the resource and hazard mapping, helping draw out the stories from communities about the very real trauma that they'd experienced as a result of the cyclone, and the numerous ways that the cyclone had, the cyclones plural, had impacted their lives. We also were keen to take a gender lens and applied that to the PVCA to understand the myriad ways that women and girls in particular are suffering from the impacts of loss and damage, and some of the particular ways that we can build that into our response to make sure our response is not just gender sensitive, but also gender transformative. And we worked with the communities then, once we had a number of different possible activities, to help identify ways that, to decide which of the activities we would prioritise for intervention. Ultimately, what I would say is that the process of deciding with the community, of doing a participatory-led approach, is particularly important. It's important for any development project, but it's particularly appropriate for loss and damage, because what we're doing at the moment, I would say, is that we're taking the concept of loss and damage, which makes sense at the international political level, the negotiation space of the UNFCCC, and now, because there is funding for it now, through the Scottish Government and others, we're trying to translate this to something that makes sense on the ground for communities who are suffering from climate impacts. And so therefore the essential way of doing that is to work with the community. Let's understand their needs and how we could best respond to them. So these are some numbers of the activities that were taken in phase 1, I should clarify, of this project, and phase 2 is happening now and concluding soon. We engaged in a number of activities around dike rehabilitation, construction of safer houses, rehabilitation of water points, rehabilitation of buildings, including CBCCs. We did social protection support and established, helped support village civil protection committees. We also, especially considering non-economic loss and damage, engaged communities in participatory art activities to help draw out from them the experience of NELD and how that could be responded to. And in relation to that, also worked to preserve a graveyard, something that was really important to the communities, and yet was felt to be something that would not ordinarily be funded, but because of the emphasis of loss and damage work on non-economic loss and damage, activities like that all of a sudden became much more fundable. But also it's an important point to make, and I'll start to wrap up now looking at the time, but an important point to make that one of the key takeaways from this was that you cannot only do loss and damage activities themselves. That activities on a small scale like this, with communities, when you're community-led, that we can't just say that it's only for ex post, i.e. after the fact, addressing loss and damage activities. Because what do communities want? They want, from our experience, of course they want the houses rebuilt, and they want the dike rehabilitated, water points rehabilitated, all of these things. But of course, communities are also really concerned about what happens when the next cyclone hits, or when the next flood hits, or when the next drought hits. And so adaptation is an absolute priority for communities. And when you're doing loss and damage work, it's really important that you're also funding adaptation activities. And I think that's a key learning that is something that the Loss and Damage Board, when they're discussing the Loss and Damage Fund, will really need to try to bottom out this year when they're having those discussions. Let me just move on. So let me quickly go over this, and then I'll wrap up with our conclusions. So we were keen that this project had a number of research and policy outputs. And again, these come from phase 1, and there'll be more research and policy outputs coming from phase 2. We submitted to the Transitional Committee, who was meeting last year, and the run-up to COP28, a case study which draws out these key learnings. A number of reports were produced by CISINEC together with Malawian universities. Of course, there was the communique from the symposium last year, which also captured a lot of the learning coming from these projects. And work done with ArtGlow, which is really especially on the NELD piece of work and drawing out the experience of communities. I would say that, for anyone really interested, that all of these reports, including probably many others that I've not added here, are a really rich body of thought and research, which I hope would be valuable to any practitioners looking to expand work in this area. So let me conclude with some of the key learnings. So number one, what I said before, the lines between adaptation and loss and damage are not always clear, and blended approaches may be required. I would suggest perhaps that, in the same way that the Green Climate Fund funds projects which are both mitigation and adaptation together, i.e. afforestation is both a mitigation activity and an adaptation activity, we need to work out or the new Loss and Damage Fund board need to consider, I think, the importance of having blended loss and damage and adaptation programming. Secondly, I think that the community-led initiatives are key, and they're ethical as well as effective. When it comes to larger scale programs like that we hope to be funded by the Loss and Damage Fund, we'll need to rely on democratic governance systems within the recipient countries to be making sure they're drawing out community experiences. But we would also hope that the Loss and Damage Fund would have smaller windows which were available for direct access for smaller grassroots organizations to make sure we're also meeting their needs. I think when it comes to us as practitioners, if people are developing work on loss and damage, we'd really encourage, let's adapt existing tools here, and we don't need to reinvent the wheel. I think number 4, I would say loss and damage should not be considered as a completely new form of action, but a new frame for existing forms of action in the area of climate change. Now, what I mean by that is when I've been going round talking about these projects to different practitioners over the past year, sometimes I get the questions back to me like, how is this different from development, or how is this different from humanitarian work? And I think sometimes that's not the right question, actually. Sometimes the right question is, or the answer to that question is that it's not necessarily a third form of action whereby you have number 1 development, number 2 humanitarian, number 3 loss and damage. It's not quite like that. Actually, loss and damage cuts across both. It has some different elements, as point 5 makes out. There are some gaps like the support for graveyards or psychosocial support or ensuring dignified migration of people who can no longer live in their land because of sea level rise or whatever. There are definitely things which are underfunded, which loss and damage can help meet the need of because of the way it's set up. That's a given. But also there are things which are underfunded in the category of adaptation, in the category of development, in the category of humanitarian, and loss and damage also has a role to play in cutting those short.
2 minutes, please.
No problem. And then lastly, I think, and this can come through the Loss and Damage Board, but that social protection efforts in particular can be boosted via loss and damage framing and funding. And we would hope that if the Loss and Damage Board can set up a mechanism to really respond in a very effective way to national needs via national mechanisms, that we can help, that money can be used to strengthen the social protection systems for people. So in conclusion, loss and damage is a political concept. It's got its origins up there in the UNFCCC, and we, at this moment in time, are all thinking about how we can translate this into something that works for people most in need on the ground. I hope these examples from Scotland can go some way towards illustrating this, but they're only ever sort of small-scale examples. And ultimately, I suppose I would say that the key learning that wasn't even on that list, but it's overarching across all of this, is that our experience in Malawi implementing this programme is that we have only been able to skim the surface of loss and damage needs. That there are so many more loss and damage needs and costs being incurred by people across Malawi, across Africa, and across the world, which are not being met. And it is so crucial that a loss and damage fund is able to monetize money at scale, which is commensurate to the need. And those discussions are so key, especially this year in the lead up to COP29. And I hope that we can all raise our voices on that key, big macro political point that ultimately a heck of a lot more money is going to be needed in order to pay what is owed for people suffering from loss and damage. And on that, I'll conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. David. Please, let's give him a good clap. Thank you. Thank you. Of course, it's worth mentioning that David, Scotland, really led the way, especially during COP26, in being the first nation to pledge support towards loss and damage. And it's really good to see, some of the support and you leading the way in supporting actual and concrete activities and projects on the ground that are really trying to address this issue of loss and damage. And you've gone ahead, of course, to share with us some of the examples of the projects that you're implementing. But of course, some of the key messages is about, one of them is about, of course, how do we adapt the existing tools that we already have. There's really no need to reinvent the wheel. And you've shared with us how you've used the participatory vulnerability capacity assessment, of course, and how you have amended this to make it appropriate for loss and damage. And I think it's this response to some of the questions that we've been asking ourselves since yesterday in terms of how do we assess loss and damage. You've also shared with us, of course, that typical loss and damage activities really that can be implemented on the ground. And of course, you've also mentioned that it's not possible to only do loss and damage activity at the community level. We need to sort of approach this in a more blended manner. And of course, ensuring that community-led initiatives really are really key. So colleagues, at this juncture, we want to open the floor for questions, any interventions or additions. And as you speak, please be clear who you are addressing your comment or your questions to. So I'll take the very first round, then we can do another round. So I'll count 1, 2, Nicholas, 3, and 4 there. Let's start with those first.
Thanks so much, Patrick Duncan, PD Malawi Red Cross. My reflection goes to, is it Global Search? Sorry, Global Shield. Yeah. I was very interested in the presentation, and I saw a strong link with the early action, anticipated actions protocols, where we look at minimizing the damage through early actions. And I would like also to get more insights to the trigger mechanisms that would make funding available as quick as possible. So may she come back on the trigger mechanisms.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, please.
Yeah, thank you. My question also goes to the Global Seal against climate risk. I would like to know what kind of time frame they work with, and is there a typical case study for Africa where they have worked with, say, in a given African country, and now they linked up with met and hydrological institutions at the regional and the country level to inform triggering that their actions. I think that will make us understand and relate. Thanks.
Thank you. 3 here.
Thank you very much. Tasisio from Trokea, Malawi. And my question is directed to the Global Shield in specifics of the commitments that have been made since COP27, which are amounting to 300 million. What are the challenges that you have experienced in terms of having these commitments honored? And based on your experiences, what strategies are we proposing so that the commitments that are honored by countries or corporations are actually met?
For there at the corner.
I'm Daniel Mandala, Disaster Management Officer at Sagittarius Council. My question again goes to, I would like to say Dr. David, who just finished. It comes from the last slide where it was very clear to admit that gaps are still there because the issues that are not very clear in terms of the thin line which exists between the adaptation and the loss and damage part. Now, there are issues to say we need to adapt the existing tools and we need to translate the concept of loss and damage to make sure that we fit with the local communities on the ground. Now, 2 questions. The first one is in terms of the tools, that's where we are going to get the actual content of the quantification of loss and damage. Should we anticipate that Malawi as a country needs to do what's feast on the table? Likewise, what feast on the table for Zambia should also be there, or we should need to have a uniform tool that some indicators from the specific areas can be drawn. I'm saying so because the examples from Scottish part are already there, which we don't know. If we share them, I think maybe you can buy a leaf from there. Otherwise, if you're going to do it separately, without something which acts as a reference tool.
I beg, please, you ask your question without explaining because of time, so that we may proceed. Yeah.
Thank you. My question is on the two, should we still use separate tools for each and specific country, or we may have a backbone as a reference? That's the question.
Thank you. I want to take probably one more question that goes to David. Okay, there.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Richard Kusen from Catholic Development Commission in Malawi, CADECOM. Mine is a simple one to Kaiser. I was not really clear in terms of the eligibility. To me, I think the fund seems to be targeting national governments, but I just wanted to get a little bit more clarity in terms of whether that's the intent or civil society organizations can also access the fund. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So there being no any other questions, allow me to hand over the mic to the presenters. So I'm assuming that we won't have another round of questions. So if you have any burning question, we won't be having another round of questions because of time. So let's have you as the last one. And I haven't had a lady speak, if I'm not wrong. Chikondi. Does this mean there are no questions from ladies?
Thank you so much, Dr. Ben Wilson, for your presentation, and good to hear from you again. I'm David Odali, representing NGO Gender Coordination Network. I was wondering whether the funds that SCIAF and others make available are also accessible by civil society organizations. If so, what are the eligibility criteria so that the more CSOs can actually access the funding? We just wanted to hear clarifications on how CSOs can access the resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As you've had, Delia, most of the questions are going to you. There was a question on anticipatory action. What are the trigger mechanisms that will make the funding as quick as possible? The time frames, and of course, if there's a typical case study from Africa. Of course, there's also another question on strategies that you're proposing to ensure that commitments are made, I think from COP27, right? There's or the funding is based on commitment. So what are those strategies to ensure that the commitments? Yes. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Of course, the eligibility issue also comes on board. And so those are towards Delia. And I want to give you a chance to quickly respond this within probably the next 2-3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll try to stay in that time frame. So on the trigger-based financing or on the triggers that are being used, I think I cannot give an answer that fits all, but you've seen that we do the financial support and we do the technical support. And for the Global Shield, it is important that within the technical support, there's also room to link to data that is available or to ensure that more detailed data is available. So we aim to have trigger or using triggers that are meeting the needs and that are being useful for the solution. So this is why I just want to emphasize that the technical support in terms of making sure that triggers are set up and triggers are working and the data that is used for these triggers is available, that these criteria are met. On the time frame, the Global Shield process that I described in the presentation, it is can take up to a year, and I think the setup of solutions after the request for support This can be, let's say, up to 3 years, roughly, just to give an estimation. What is important for the Global Shield is that also after those 3 years that there's support and the structures available to further work on disaster risk finance and to have these solutions in place. On the commitments, I think here, let me go a little bit more into detail. The Global Shield is working with different financing vehicles, and the commitments and the funding is already available in those financing vehicles. So luckily, we do not see a difficulty to be able to follow up on the commitments. It's really available, and we are able to support here countries in the process of the Global Shield. As mentioned, it's a country-led process, and the government decides on a lead ministry. In general, the process is led by a ministry. This can be Ministry of Finance, it can be Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Climate Change, really depending on the country's situation. We ensure together with the ministries and the government authorities to include the different stakeholders. And coming to the question about accessibility for civil society organizations on solutions, I mentioned the setup of the request for support. That is a milestone within the Global Shield process. And with this request of support and the financing institutions, financing vehicles, we will open calls for proposals. And here it is possible that, for example, a civil society organization teams up with another organization and hands in a proposal and therefore has access to the solution. I'm happy to share further details on this also with the examples. I shared some examples here in the chat, but happy also to share with the organizers of the meeting so that you can share it after the meeting for all participants. As mentioned, we have the example of the process in Ghana, and maybe this is useful for further discussions. I'll stop here.
Thank you so much, Kaiser. David, over to you. I think there were 2 questions that were asked, and also there's another question on eligibility criteria. But I also wanted to hear from you, in addition to the question that were asked, what is your take on private sector investment and how useful is it really in bridging the gap, especially in Africa? And last but not least, I also want you to touch on the access, the modalities, and what will be your recommendation for appropriate access modalities for funding loss and damage in Africa? Over to you, David.
Sure, thank you. I should clarify, I'm Ben, not David, Ben Wilson. And but thank you very much for the questions. So
sorry about that, Ben.
No problem, no problem. Regarding the question about access and nationally determined, I think the most realistic expectation we should have, which is actually quite appropriate and good, I think, is that this will definitely be a nationally led process, that accessing the fund will, in large part, there may be a separate window for community access, but in large part be a nationally determined process whereby each country would have to come up with its own way of assessing its loss and damage needs and requirements, and then making representations to the loss and damage board to then get access to funding to support it. And that represents the principle of subsidiarity, which I think is particularly important. Actually, based on my presentation, it's about acknowledging that the needs of loss and damage are different in different contexts around the world. What Vanuatu needs, or Kiribati, or Fiji, or whoever, what they need in the small island states is going to be very different from what a country like Malawi needs, who's primarily been affected by droughts and floods and cyclones. So I think that the nationally led process would be right. Therefore, what the Loss and Damage Fund Board would have to do is set out a criteria on which they will assess the nationally determined expression of needs, which would be something around, making sure the process to agree those needs has had community involvement. It's been democratic. Something about NELD, non-economic loss and damage, something about gender, making sure that the needs are science-based and risk-informed. You know, I think that the board would have to agree some criteria like that, and that would probably have to be negotiated either at the board level or perhaps supported by a negotiated outcome at one of the meetings of the UNFCCC. Regarding the question from David O'Daly, it's great to see you again. Me and David are longtime friends from a long time ago. I've not seen him for about 10 years, so really nice to see you. Regarding the question of funds, so the SCIAF projects that we've been working on with Trocare and Cysinec and others, that project is coming to an end at the end of March. And at the moment, the Scottish Government have not got other commitments for loss and damage funding coming down the line. And we know that the funding from the Loss and Damage Board, you know, there's $600 or $700 million now pledged for the fund. I think it's unlikely we're going to see the money start to be dispersed from that fund quickly. We might not even see any dispersals this year. It depends on how quickly the board can make agreements. So I think there's a real gap here, and it's a shame in a sense that some of this work has really started beginning, but there's a huge amount of need that won't quite be met quite yet. And so I would hope that we should all be raising our voices this year for the need to grow the overall climate justice, climate funding pot, and start getting access to more funding. Very briefly on the last question about private sector investment, I mean, I think that I've said throughout, as everyone would acknowledge, there's a huge funding gap that we need to address and we need to fill it. My nervousness around private sector involvement would be the nature of that involvement. And I think that, you know, I don't think there's much money to be made in doing loss and damage work, frankly. Loss and damage is about justice, and it's about getting support to communities, sometimes the most vulnerable communities. It's slightly different in that regard from mitigation and adaptation work, which can often have significant economic benefits and profit to be made. Nevertheless, I'm sure there is a role, especially within the insurance frame, which would invite private sector involvement, certainly. But I know that as PACJA, the co-hosts of this symposium, would want to make sure to apply climate justice principles to such funding before coming out really behind it. And I would encourage that approach.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, David. Ben, sorry, and thank you so much, Delia. Please, let's give them a very good round of applause. Thank you so much. So, colleagues, we've come to the end of this session, and I want to thank Dr. Ben and Delia for the very, very great insights. And we hope this session has really given you some great insights on how to, of course, ensure that the loss and damage fund is fit for purpose. Of course, this is an ongoing conversation, and we'll be having some of this conversation. Of course, I know the rapporteur has captured some of those key pointers and messages that, of course, are going to inform our messaging and communique from this session. So at this point, I want to invite Charles or Julius to guide us on the next steps from here. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day. Please clap for me too.
A moderator who begs for a clap. So can you clap hands for him, please? Yeah, so thank you so much, colleagues, and thank you, Obed, for leading us to, in the discussion for just the just ended session, and thanks to Delia and Ben for being there and for giving us all this piece of information. It's very necessary for us to digest, and as we are also trying to see what kind of a loss and damage fund we want, so that it can reflect some of the issues that are being suggested or being presented here. So, colleagues, we are done with the morning session, and our lunch is at 1. But before lunch, remember I promised in the morning that we're supposed to have a session that is dealing with the issue of tree planting. So we want to have that session between now and 1, so that at 1 we go for lunch and we come back to conclude the sessions in the afternoon. So I'm not seeing Professor Chota here. Can I? Yeah, can someone call Professor Jota? He needs to give some information, but we are supposed to start off now to a place called Botanic Gardens. It's just a walkable distance. If you walk, you take 15 minutes. If you drive, it will take you 3 to 5 minutes from here. So we want to go to that place. We've reserved 5 trees that we are going to plant symbolically to also indicate that, to mark the essence of the day, which is the day of International Day of Forests. So we have 5 representatives that are going to lead us into that. So this is why I wanted Professor Chota to come in, because he has got the names. But on top of my head, we have 1 tree that is going to be planted by representatives of PACJA, the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. 1 tree is going to be planted by representative from CISONEC, and 1 tree is going to be planted by the ECA, so Dr. James Mlombezi. And another tree is going to be planted by an institution that Professor is going to talk about. Welcome, Professor. Yeah, so we just want you to guide us on the work that we're doing, the tree planting, but also indicate who is going to lead us into the symbolic tree planting. Thank you. Over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, colleagues. In commemoration of the World Forest Day today and tomorrow World Water Day, we decided that this meeting is strategically placed to symbolically help in celebrating and commit what we always talk. So the National Herbarium and Botanic Gardens, which is just 5 minutes drive from here, has given us a space where we are going to plant trees. We've been doing this for various groups so that you leave your footprint there. And the head of state, Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, has planted a tree that we call Msambafumo. This is a tree that was the reserve of royalty, but it's rare, almost disappearing. So today, your group will be planting indigenous trees and at least 1 rare tree, which is also a fruit tree. So 3 have been allocated to this group. 2 have been allocated to the group next door that is working on the State of Environment and Outlook report, being facilitated by UNEP. Thank you very much. Yeah. So we have James, you have Danny.
James and anyway,
we had 1 for PACJA, 1 for yeah.
So colleagues, there's a bus outside, not a bus, it's a coaster. I think it's a 2-seater. So would like first of all to encourage our international delegates to go into that bus, and then the rest of us, we will walk. Thank you. Sorry. The rest of us there, we can actually share the vehicles outside so that we can also be part of this tree. You can leave your bags in here. So the door is going to be closed. So please, let's walk outside and get organized. It's just going to be a 30 minutes kind of session, and then we come back for lunch. Thank you. See you at Botanic Gardens.
You're such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Love it when you stir it up. That body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why.
Hello, your attention, please. Our lunch is ready. So while we wait for the others who've gone for the tree planting, I think for those of us who are still here, we can go have our lunch just in the next room. It's in BZ. That's where we're going to have our lunch. It's ready, so you can go get our lunch. Thank you.
You know, of Lagos. Okay. If you want to make a change, I give you cool.
All right. I believe we can get started. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's start with a question. What do we want? When do we want it? Yeah, that was just to like get your attention. So now to wake us up, right? What do we want? When do we want it? Amazing. Thank you so much, everyone. Welcome to our afternoon session. My name is Yvonne Morinjwa. working with Give directly, and I'll be moderating this first session that we have. We've had a couple of very interesting sessions looking at some of the financing mechanisms outside of the UNFCCC. And we want to now begin diving into the lessons and some of the technical considerations for what could input into the design of the loss and damage fund. So in this session, we are going to have a panel discussion basically with some distinguished members, beginning with Mr. Fedson Chikuse, Deputy Director for Preparedness at the Department of Disaster Management Affairs, DODMA. So, Mr. Chikuse, are you here? Thank you very much. I'd like to invite you to the front to take your seat. Hand for him. Thank you, sir. I would also like to invite Mr. Charles Mwangi, Head of Programs and Research at PACJA. Welcome, sir. Thank you. Also joining us is Ian Harare, Climate Justice Lead at Oxfam. Should I say Miss or Mrs. or Madam? Sorry? All right. So we have a change. We have Miss Juliet Casito, also from Oxfam, that will be joining us and not Ian Harare. Welcome, Juliet. Great. Fantastic. I'll start with a few questions for our esteemed panel members, and then we'll open it up for further questions and discussions from the group here. So maybe beginning from my far right, coming this way, a first question for you. We've had a number of discussions on some of the financing mechanisms outside of the UNFCCC, including in the previous session, we had a presentation from Global Shield, for instance. Learning from some of these financing mechanisms, what do you think are some of the key gaps and opportunities that we should be considering in designing the loss and damage fund?
Thank you so much. First of all, my name is Fedson Chikuse. I'm a Deputy Director at the Department of Disaster Management Affairs, responsible for disaster preparedness. So I will speak on in terms of in the perspective of DODMA. DODMA has been having donor-funded projects, and we expect the same to continue with the loss and damage. One of the biggest challenges that I can say is that the funding that we get from various donor partners, sometimes they have too many strings, and they the funds come to us in a rather zigzag manner, to the extent that what we use as DOTMA to implement our project is not equivalent to what the donors set aside for Malawi, because of the manner in which the funds are dispersed. For example, you can get funding, for example, from the Green Climate Fund, for example. And then the funds will go through an intermediary, maybe UNDP, for example. And then maybe UNDP will channel the funds through an NGO to implement a project which is manned by DOTMA. That way, what happens is UNDP will have their own administrative charges that the fund is subjected to. The NGO implementing will have their own administrative costs. And then what goes to DOTMA and eventually to the beneficiaries is not what was funded. And you and me know, it's unlike government, our administrative costs are very small. For me, I am very easy to run. I will need, if I want a DSA, it will be much, much lower than what somebody in UNDP, in the WFP, or in the UN agencies will get. So in the end, because of these administrative costs, the funding does not impact so much on the final beneficiaries, because we have all these administrative costs. So I would have loved if there was funding that goes direct to the organization that is implementing the project. And that way, there will be less costs, less administrative costs incurred on the funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bwana Deputy Director. A couple of points raised there: administrative costs and the linkages in between. Maybe just to gather your thoughts now on the same issue, Mr. Mwangi, in terms of some of the gaps and opportunities around these financing mechanisms.
Thank you so much. We are aware that this loss and damage facility is not going to be very, very new. You know, in terms of the structure, you know, from the other funds that we fund, GCF, you know, GEF, you know, adaptation fund, because basically it's being negotiated within the same platform where these other funds were actually created. And what we need to run from is actually some of those funds that have been in operation for a long time. Now, GCF has been with us here for quite some time. And up to now, there are countries in Africa who have not accessed even a coin from GCF, even though it has been operational for quite a number of years. And we have to ask ourselves, what are some of the reasons as to why we have all these particular issues? And one of them, of course, being the fact that some of our countries are not necessarily very prepared. You know, there is a lot of capacity building aspects that needs to get into this. And I think that's why there was a preparedness, you know, sort of fund, you know, from GCF, for example. You know, but do our countries still have capacities to develop, you know, those proposals, you know, the way they're supposed to be developed, and again, to ensure that they're accessing these particular funds? And that's looking now inwardly. But then, some of those challenges in terms of the access modalities for some of those particular resources, you know, are we going to experience the same with the GCF? I mean, with the loss and damage facility. We must make sure that we easen, you know, modalities of access to ensure that countries are able to access those particular resources. But again, what are some of the governance structures within countries that would ensure that such funds then are able to roll, because getting into the country is not a problem, but ensuring that also those resources reach the communities at the front line of climate crisis. We've had quite a number of funds in countries where countries receive funds, but it becomes very difficult to even administer that kind of fund and to ensure that the programs that are being funded through the same actually, resonate, the needs of the communities at the front line of a climate crisis in their respective, countries. But most importantly, I think that particular fund also needs to have multiple avenues of access. I think they need to create several avenues. Of course, parties will be able to access, the countries. But again, can we have probably some avenues, probably for access through the CSOs or through other, entities, to ensure that that is happening. But number three, I think there has been a lot of conversation around the issues of insurance, because that is the direction that, again, we are being pushed to. And there's a lot of conversations around that. And very soon you might start seeing a situation whereby a lot of problem projects that might be funded through this particular scheme would actually be insurance schemes. So who are the owners of these insurance companies that will be able to probably insure a country like Malawi from cyclones and so on and so forth? Are we going to be, or to experience a situation whereby we're going to get people running business, from the loss and damage, facility architecture, in a way that it ended up becoming another colonial sort of a system? We must be careful about that. These resources needs to come in form of grants, and we must be very, very, very careful to propose solutions that probably would just, ensure that private sector thrive at the expense of the local communities that need these resources.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mwangi. Now to gather your thoughts, Mrs. Casito, in terms of the same question.
Thank you very much. Juliet Sura Casito, Climate Justice Program Advisor for Oxfam Great Britain, but I'm based here in Malawi. Firstly, I've also like to agree with my colleagues in terms of accessibility. We're saying, can it be a simple one? Can it be simplified and accessible to local communities, to CSOs? It should be representative and inclusive. Can we have people that will be there and able to make sure that all the hierarchies are being satisfied? What we're saying, can it be for the local communities? How will the local communities be able to access these funds when they're not represented? Looking at the GCF, how Malawi and other countries in the developing countries have struggled to access this. We're saying it was restrictive. Can this, the loss and damage fund, be a simple one? It should not be restrictive like the others. Can it also support whereby it does not require a huge amount of investments, whereby they're saying, okay, can the government or the NGO, whoever wants to apply, have this such amount of investment in their account, then they'll be able to apply that fund. How can we have such amount when we apply for funds? So they should look at those things. We do not want them. It should also be gender responsive. We know that in most of our communities, women are the ones that are impacted most. Can they be included? Can they be represented? Can their voices be uplifted, be heard, so that they're represented in these funds? Not just represented in meetings, but let the financial flow also show that women will be able to accessing these funds. We're also saying that, can this fund be flexible in terms of, we're saying the cyclone storms that are happening every year, they're frequent. Can it be not just of short term? Can it also be considered to be a long-term fund? We need 5 years for some of the activities to really show on the ground what is really happening. But if we are given 1 year to implement, 2 years to implement with the processes that they put forth, that is not possible. And we do not want these processes, these long processes in the loss and damage fund. Let it be accessible.
let it not be restrictive. Let it be a simple one. Let it be simplified. That's what we want. We're saying the climate impact is happening now. We need the money now. We need the climate justice now. Can these people be represented now? Can they have access to that money now? Not delaying the process whereby it takes 5-10 years for a country to access that money. Those people that are being impacted now, that are facing those losses and damages now, will they be there in the next 20-30 years as the length that it has taken for the loss and damage fund to be enacted? Thank you for now.
Thank you so much. Maybe just building on this initial discussion and some of the points that as panelists you've raised that seem to be hinging on access and simplified procedures that are more inclusive and are closer to the ground. It seems from what you were saying. What are some of the safeguards that can be put in place to ensure that this fund is locally driven and the people that are most affected have access to this funding? What would be some of your propositions to any members of the panel to ensure that we have the right safeguards and that the people that are affected are at the front lines of this?
All right, thank you. I think that's a very good question. You know, safeguards must be put in place because like I did mention, accessing funds, you know, from the loss and damage facility once, of course, that is active, is not necessarily the big thing, but how that money trickles down to the communities of the frontline crime crisis becomes a big issue. I want to give an example of Kenya. There is a fund that is now operational in Kenya that we call FROCA, or Financing Local-Led Climate Actions, which is funded by several partners, including World Bank. We have the government of Denmark, you know, the Dutch government, and other, even Sweden has put some resources under that. And one of the national conversations we've had is ensuring that these resources, you know, flow, especially to subnational jurisdictions, you know, and ensuring that that money reaches the communities at the front end of climate crisis. And it has been a very big, you know, conversation whereby we need, you know, or we insisted on having a multi-stakeholder kind of a process where everybody is involved, including civil societies. Indeed, we read a process on establishment of what we call, you know, a civil society engagement framework, you know, within that particular fund, and ensuring that we have a civil society and state actors involved, even at the lowest level of administration of that particular fund. At the same time, we have private sector, you know, engagement, you know, within that frame. We have the local governments involved, and of course, we have the national, you know, governments in that line. So just ensuring that everybody is involved in the process and ensuring that we have proper governance system, you know, that do not put power, you know, on only national government and treasury for that particular matter, but that this power is actually devolved, you know, in terms of decisions on how projects are actually crafted, you know, to respond to that particular or to be supported by that particular fund, and how that is administered, and even the monitoring, you know, framework that is also all inclusive and to ensure that everybody is represented in that particular regard. And this is what really entails, you know, procedural justice. You know, the voices of the most affected must be heard and must come to the table where decisions are being made in terms of how those funds are actually administered. Otherwise, if these resources come and get into the government coffers, you know, and then the central government in that regard is the one that decides which projects are going to be funded, or which ones are going to be prioritized. That becomes a problem. We must have a stakeholder process, a stakeholder, you know, structure, which is robust, and that is going to ensure that safeguards, you know, are there, you know, to ensure that those resources are utilized in the right way and that they really benefit the most needy.
I just want to add on the issue of governance to say that for a fund to run properly without threats of abuse, you need to have proper governance structures. One of the problems that we have in the government in Malawi is that when you have such a fund, you have the structures in place. Say, for example, you have the highest body in the governance structure as the steering committee, consisting of maybe principal secretaries And then below that, you have the steering committee, you have the technical working groups, maybe where you have technical officers or maybe deputy directors going down. It's there in the government system in Malawi. But that's in theory. In reality, what happens is these people in the steering committee, because they're busy people, they always delegate to the next tier. And because this tier again is busy, it delegates to the other tier, the lowest tier, so that you find something prepared by the lowest tier, and then it is sent to the next tier for approval. It is the same people who prepare, who approve at this level. And then the uppermost people, they will not be there. It will be the same people approving in those different tiers of governance. So I would maybe encourage government to make sure that those who have been put in these governance structures, they should make sure that they are there when they are needed. They discharge their duties whenever duties demand them to do to be available for a particular duty to perform.
Thank you very much. As I would also like to agree with what my colleagues have just said. A few pointers that I have. The first one, I think I also spoke of it when I was answering the first question, is can it be representative and inclusive? What do I mean by that? We are saying we should have a board whereby we have the government, CSOs represented, community, or even at the district level, whereby in that structure, we have everyone, including the media, academics, research people. They all come together and make decisions together, same as also the transparency comes in. Can everyone else in there be able to see how much money is coming in and where it's going, agree on how that money will be spent? That also brings in the bottom-up approach. Usually people know what they want. Those people that are in the communities, they know what they want. Can they be included in the decision-making? Because then we'll not waste money in try and error, but we'll just implement on what is really needed, because we want this fund to really address the needs of the people. We're also talking about accountability. These are the things that also need to be stressed right in, at the beginning of this fund. People should know to be answerable of what will be spent. Like that, then either way, there'll be trust, either way, the bottom up or from up to the bottom, where the fund is coming and who are spending that fund. On the stakeholders, I think as my colleague has also mentioned, there are a lot that are involved. Can they indeed be available, be present when all this is being discussed, when all this is being, the decisions are being made, when the implementation, including monitoring. Monitoring is also a key issue that usually is forgotten, but monitoring is important because it means by the end of the time, we're asking for flexibility for it to be long-term. What are we gonna show for at the end of the 5 years, 10 years of the fund that we've received? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Perhaps now looking at the issue of capacity and technical assistance, there have been a number of models, I think, on the continent. Looking at the Santiago Network for Loss and Damage, for instance, what do you believe technical assistance should look like for developing countries in Africa?
We're saying capacity strengthening to this, to access this fund should be included, whereby to address the administrative barriers that we're talking about, to address the evidence collection that they are talking about. We have our own ways of doing things. They have their own ways of defining what is needed. So can this capacity building come in these early stages whereby we do not take long to implement? We're also talking about to consider different contexts when looking at the technical part. The fund must account for the importance of context specific. We're saying, yes, we are Africa. We are from the global south, but we define the loss and damage differently. Can all those aspects be considered and defined at the word-go when we're doing the technical? We're also looking at, can they also consider the indigenous knowledge, the local knowledge that we have? We are people that are professionals in our field. We know. Can they also engage us in the things that we already know and doing on the ground? That's where we're talking about local adaptation, local knowledge, the voices that we collect from the communities. These are the things that we have. Let them not just look at us as people that they need to teach everything. We also have things that we can also teach them. So when they are building up the technical assistance to us, they should engage us so that we are in line of what we want and what they want us to do. The last part is, I think, building up on them engaging us. They should come with an open mind, whereby we are also professionals in our field. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mwangi.
Thank you. We have made mistakes in the past in terms of how we support the developing nations, prepare for some critical processes, climate change processes within or that exist. And I want to give an example of REDD+, for example. You know, within REDD+, and when REDD+ was introduced in the developing countries, for example, of course, there was that readiness phase. And within that readiness phase, of course, countries were supposed to be supported in development of their strategies, in development of their PDD documents and PIN and so on and so forth. And a lot of resources didn't flow in the continent, for example, in terms of support for that. And that is how REDD+ started on the wrong footing, for example, in Africa. Equally, I did mention, you know, within GCF, again, you know, there's been that particular readiness, you know, FAD to support countries, of course, to get ready for the same. But again, that was also still not sufficient. And that explains why many countries really are still not ready for the same. And that is one of the mistakes we're supposed to avoid, you know, with the loss and damage, you know, facility. We must be decisive and we must really be very deliberate in terms of really setting aside, you know, not just technical, but also financial, you know, support for countries to actually really get ready for this. So how do we assess, for example, our loss and damage, you know, for example, how do we develop those proposals, you know, in terms of ensuring that we develop proposals that respond, you know, to the actual, you know, design of this particular loss and damage, you know, facility for that matter. I think that is that's quite key. Like I did mention, governance systems, and even policy frameworks, you know, within countries, you know, needs to be supported. At the moment, there are still countries that are struggling with their climate, you know, policies, for example. Now, think even about NDCs, for example, and the first phase of NDCs, really the fact that we had to be supported from outside. You know, consultants have to be hired, you know, from outside to come and support, you know, us in development of, you know, our NDCs, for example. And now we are in another round of revision of those particular NDCs. Do countries still have capacities, you know, to, you know, develop their own NDCs now as we go forward? So equally, within this particular fund, we must be sure that we are supporting countries in terms of coming up with frameworks, you know, that would enable them probably roll out, you know, projects on loss and damage, and so on and so forth, including strengthening governance systems.
Just to add on what my colleagues have already said, I would also say that countries all over the world should be treated on equal footing. they should not say that because this is a third world country on the lower tier of the development, then it is treated differently from another country which is up on the ladder. Myself, I've worked for the UN. I've been to several countries, and I've seen the caliber of staff which are deployed by different UN organizations to different countries. I have discovered that sometimes staff deployed to countries which are seen as less developed or not as important. Staff in those countries, they just speak maybe without a lot of experience, and that affects the way projects are implemented, because you deploy staff who are not as competent. Whilst you go to another developed country, you find same position is being given to somebody who is well qualified, very competent, and as a result, you have differences in the manner the projects are implemented. So I would suggest that countries should be treated as equals. When deploying staff, they must be treated as equal in terms of status. Another thing that needs to be considered is different countries. We have our own laws. For example, we have got our own. Say, for example, I will talk of DODMA. We have got our own act. We have got our own regulations. We have got our own way of doing things. Now, when a project is coming into a country, it should not work against what the country has put down in place as a way of doing things in, for example, a disaster. So when a project is being prepared, let it also consider what is, how that country do things according to their own rules and procedures. Otherwise, you find sometimes the way a project has been planned, it is going against the rules and procedures of a certain department in the same country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A strong message, I think, from the panel on starting from where we are, the local knowledge and expertise, and seeing how to build on that. Maybe as we come to a close, just to get from you. So the board is being set up for the fund. In their first meeting aimed at designing this fund, what 3 key issues do you believe the board should be considering in the setup of the loss and damage fund? What are the 3 key issues that the board should be considering when they're setting up this fund? Just to summarize all the points that you've raised. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think the first from me is for them to confirm the name of the Loss and Damage Fund. A reminder that the funding operations need to respond to and address the loss and damage, the losses and damages that we're going through. Secondly, I would say to put in place policies, procedures, and governance structures that guarantee representation and active and meaningful participation for frontline communities, youth, women, and the disabled. I would also recommend that they set the modalities to engage with the World Bank. I would also recommend that they start now the selection process of the host country for the loss and damage board. And the last one, I would say they should set ambitious work plan for the year 2024 with set dates and not tentative dates whereby they keep on moving the dates. I'll give an example for the meeting that is coming up. It has been, all they said was it would be either between March and April. And we know that we have the bond in June. Would have been good if this meeting had happened in March so that as CSOs, as negotiators, we have enough time to engage to discuss the outcomes so that we have enough time to influence at the bond. But now, unfortunately, they've put this meeting on 29th April, and you know how busy time it is for that. So that's what my message to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Casito.
Thank you so much. I think the first thing the board should think about actually when they meet, and that they should actually go through and ensure, is that for sure this board is going to be independent. They have to secure the independence. Even though we have been given that guarantee that this board is going to be very, very much independent, from the general process and protocols of the World Bank, we have seen things happen before. And therefore, they must ensure their independence, first and foremost. Number two, they must consider the urgency, of the need for this loss and damage, facility. And therefore, they must work on a quick action plan in terms of how then they're able to fast track all the procedures and processes that are needed to ensure that this fund is fully, functional. And in this regard, therefore, it's also important for them to also ensure, and I don't know how they're going to enforce this, that the bank quickly, responds to the criteria, that has been given to them, because they have to assess that and be sure that they can actually be able to comply, because they're hosting this fund in the interim. But they have to check and see whether the conditionalities that are there, the bank are gonna accept that for them to continue funding, hosting this. Otherwise, if it takes quite some time for the bank to actually come out and say, probably we are ready to do this or we are not, that has an implication in terms of the time lapse between when that fund has been operationalized and when we can have the first dollar, trickling down. That is important. But the other thing, we have a loss and damage facility, but which projects will actually qualify, to be funded by loss and damage facility? I think there's something that we need to be careful about, especially in the continent. There could be a situation whereby Africa might end up losing if we are not careful on this loss and damage facility. And we might see a situation whereby consideration might be given to probably the IRAD states, probably in Asia and other big regions on account that probably they are more exposed. And what does that mean probably to Africa and how we understand loss and damage from this particular area? And that is why we're also careful, even as we approach loss and damage, we must not lose sight of the fact that we need to actually keep pushing, for adaptation, financing in a deeper sense, because there we have a bigger window, but we must ensure that as this committee, of course, also decides, which projects probably qualify for loss and damage, then Africa is not left out in terms of the definition of what probably qualifies for loss and damage funding.
First of all, the board has to be representative of all countries. The board should not consist of countries at the same level of development. It has to be representing all the countries across the board, so that they should be able to appreciate the problems at hand. Secondly, the board should be able, or should not make decisions whilst in their offices, whatever the headquarters is going to be. The board has to travel, has to move, has to visit countries and have first-hand information of different countries requiring assistance in terms of loss and damage. Unlike, you know, you have so many situations where people already have stereotyped ideas about a country to say, okay, like in Malawi, for example, they'll say Nsanje is like this, Chikwawa is like this, Karonga is like this, and the type of assistance that we are going to give is like this. And anything that is outside that kind of knowledge, they will not assist, they will not come in. So what I'm trying to say is that the board needs to know things, what they are on the ground, and not know this through those stereotyped written information which has been there or which is in their offices. They need to go on the ground and look at the situation on the ground and make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A couple of pertinent points, I think, raised by the panelists. Those are all my questions to you. At this moment, I would like to open for the room to get more questions from the audience before we summarize. Nicholas, the gentleman in white, and then the gentleman in yellow. Yes, so start from there, and lastly you.
Okay, thanks Yvonne, and thanks to the panelists for your contribution. Mine is more of a comment that I think we should temper the conversation on loss and damage fund with the present reality in terms of the learned lessons and best practices. I think moving forward, we should talk more about loss and damage fund being designed to be aligned to locally led adaptation principles. I think that's critical. We should never forget that. Because of the range of loss and damage kind of actions, then of course we can also borrow learning and practice from the humanitarian response where localization is a key thing. Yeah. So really, we are not short of some of the best practices that loss and damage should learn from. Then the other thing, then, so that I conclude my comment, is really to speak to ourselves, including governments, that let us be willing to let power go. Yeah, so that communities can truly make decisions on how to apply loss and damage funds. Because like the director said, very bad example from GCF, where a lot of millions are approved there, particularly for international accredited entities. But if you go to Mulanje, even the communities are not aware that there is a GCF project which perhaps targets their area. Thanks.
Thank you, Nicholas. I think that was more of a comment. There was a gentleman in white there. We'll come back this way after.
Yeah, thank you so much for the wonderful discussion. My first question goes to my director from Department of Disaster Management. He bemoaned the idea of using intermediaries when channeling this financing to the countries. I'm aware that the government interacts with the JEF, for example, and also the intermediaries themselves, most of whom are UN agencies. What is the rationale behind using the intermediaries? Is it an issue of trust? Is it an issue of lack of capacity? That's number one. Number two, If you go to the Jeff website right now, you will find that most countries have not even used their allocations to the maximum. It's even worth noting that in the past operation phases for the Jeff, there's a lot of money remaining for several countries. The burn rate is very low. And here we're fighting for other resources, but the current resources, we can't burn them out. Lastly, the procedures, for example, from the Jeff, a normal Jeff when you're applying, takes a country from the time when you raise the idea, whether it's the country doing it or UNDP or UNEP or FAO, it takes at least 2 years to have it from where you conceptualize to when the council meets and approves. And when you ask the Jeff, they say, this is the minimum we can do because the council meets at this time, this should be approved at this time and this time. Is it, when we are asking to shorten that period, is it practical? Or is something we just trying to propose here? Is it practical to shorten the minimum that Jeff had set? Thank you.
Thank you so much. In yellow there. We take the next questions and then we'll come.
Thank you very much. My name is Aaron Mahama. I work for Art and Global Health Center Africa. My question goes to all the panel, that is, if time allows, if they can touch on it. They've all spoken about the challenges with regards to access, and then the fact that those most affected really need to receive this funding in order to improve or better their lives. Looking at competitive application processes, and most often, a lot of people have good applications, they get drop out in the process. But those they are in touch with really need to, really needed the assistance, but because of application processes or the challenges that comes with putting in the application, they get fall out of the process. So looking at competitive application processes, juxtaposed to direct transfer based on unique needs of those affected. Which ones will you advise in order to cut the some of the administrative costs you've spoken about, some of the application process challenges, and then all those kind of things? Direct application process, a competitive application process juxtaposed to direct transfer based on unique needs of those affected. What will you go for? Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll give chance maybe for the first set of responses and reactions, and then we'll have the next set of questions. The first question was going to you, the director, looking at intermediaries and the rationale behind those intermediaries. And perhaps you can also speak to the second question as well.
Yeah, thank you so much for those questions. First of all, you asked about why are intermediaries used. The idea of using intermediaries is to make sure that the funds that have been allocated for a particular project are being used for the intended purpose, and the intermediaries act as a control or a push. When something is going slowly, the intermediaries, for example, are going to push. When something is going astray, the intermediaries are going to ensure that things are going in a right manner. We are not against that. But what is at stake is where the intermediaries take the function of an implementer now. Maybe taking away the functions of an NGO, taking away the functions of government in the implementation of a particular project. That's where the challenge comes in. So we are not against the intermediaries, no. But sometimes the intermediaries may go a few steps ahead of government. You also asked about some projects or some funds not being used, or maybe countries or governments failing to use funds that have been allocated, and to the extent of returning the funds to the donors. If this one happens when a government department or an NGO, for example, if they are not using the funds according to the scheduled program, it is very unfortunate. Very unfortunate, because those funds are meant for the vulnerable people in the society. And when those vulnerable societies, vulnerable people, are unable to access the funds because somebody somewhere is not doing their work, it is unfortunate. And for sure, yes, it has happened in several MDAs in Malawi, for example, that funds have been returned. But I can assure you, like my department, DOTMA, my commissioner says returning funds is like witchcraft. He actually advocates that all the funds that have been used, not umbrella, should be returned. And it is actually the duty of every controlling officer in every ministry to make sure that people are actually doing their, implementing their projects, their activities as per schedule. So when you have a situation where where funds are being returned, it shows that someone are not doing their work.
Thank you so much. There was a question on access.
Yeah.
Looking at the issues of access and the complicated application processes, which would you recommend to cut on the administrative costs? Direct transfers or other approaches?
Thank you so much. But I also want to add another point on what the doctor has indicated, and or the question that the gentleman in white shirt, asked. Where countries have got their allocations and they have been able to access that. But then he also went ahead to answer the question by saying that in actual sense, it takes more than 2 years, between when you do the first application and when the money comes through. And I think this is some of the structural barriers that we need to address, in all these particular funds. And that's why we said loss and damage must not take the GF direction. It should not even take adaptation far direction, or even the GCF direction, because we are talking about losses and damages that are affecting people, and most of them threatening lives, which means that between the time a certain particular incident has happened and when the money should be released, should actually be a very, very short, time span. And in this regard, therefore, we must also think about what Nicholas indicated, that loss and damage has also to take, the direction, of local-led approach, in terms of the implementation. And you see there are principles of local-led, action, including, flexibility, of the funds. For example, if we are going to decide probably the type of projects we're going to further of this particular nature, are we flexible enough, based on various realities, on the ground and from various countries? But again, are we also going to ensure that we address some of the structural, inequalities and challenges that comes with the same? Are we also going to ensure that we embrace also local, planning in that particular kind of regard? Now, the issues of intermediaries is actually like a double-edged sword. Of course, that in itself can actually create some bureaucracy, which ensures money doesn't reach the communities. But on the other hand, we can be creative enough in terms of how then we still use these intermediaries, but to ensure that the local communities and those small CBOs can still be able to access money from these intermediaries and in form of small grants. Probably a community deep in the provinces within Malawi may not be able to present probably a very comprehensive proposal to the loss and damage probably a board, for example, but maybe there could be an intermediary that has a very good approach in terms of a structure on how to probably issue small grants, and those could be probably $50,000 or maybe $20,000 at that particular level that can be easily accessed through these communities who ordinarily may not be able to develop complex and robust proposals that can directly be sent to, to the adaptation, to the loss and damage probably board. So these are some of the things that I think we need to figure out, but we must, also think about the capacities we have within our government. Like I did mention, governments are actually sometimes unable to actually develop proposals that can actually be funded at that particular level. So how do we address, those challenges and those capacity gaps that are there, and including frameworks, for implementation of the same? Thank you.
Thank you.
I would want to start with the question that was put forth on accessing the fund. For me, I think I've always defined the GF, GCF fund as something in a glass jar on display, whereby it's on the middle and there's a maze game. M-A-Z-E, you can Google that, the maze game, whereby there are a lot of processes they want you to go through to access that, the delaying tactics to access that. In the end, when they're reporting, they'll show as if Malawi has not used the money that was allocated, but they well know the barriers they put forth. So what we're saying is we want the loss and damage fund to be different. It should not take the route of the GF, the GCF fund, whereby we are thrown into a maze game. Can it be direct? You and me as CSOs, we have a lot of projects that we are implementing, we have implemented that have roots on the ground that we can stand and show for. Why can they not let us access this fund? No wonder we're pushing for participation, representation, so that the CSO should also have access to this fund and work with the communities, the CBOs, the groups that we work with that are impacted. We are the ones that know them, that have that relationship. We already have existing structures that we can use. Yes, the intermediaries can be there, but can they also give us the opportunity to have access to that fund? And as Charles has said, we want them to be grants and not loans. Can they really be grants so that we see change on the ground? And as I said, a lot of things are already there. We already have structures under the adaptation. Most of the principles, if we put this in action, we'll see change. So can all these be put in place and let all those barriers that were under the GEF, GCF not come any close to the loss and damage fund. Let it be different, let it be unique, let it be for the people to answer the climate change, the climate justice that we are calling for now. Let there not be delays. Can we have access to that finance, the money now? Thank you.
Thank you so much. A strong push to learn from the lessons of the past and draw on the local knowledge and resources. We had maybe 2 last questions. It's okay? All right. Yes. So we just close out with the questions.
Thank you.
We can look.
Mine it's just a quick question, maybe to Charles. I read somewhere that, of course, now that the board has been put in place, we are still yet to we expect to see a lot of push and pull, even within the board between the developed and the developing nations in terms of the board membership and the discussion within the board. So we as CSOs, how do we strategize for this? My second part of the question is, of course, we didn't get a chance to be in the board as civil society organizations, but the governing, I mean, the document says that they'll ensure that CSOs, communities, and IPs are actively engaged. You know very well how the engagement within even the GCF has been. So how different or how best can we engage in this, in influencing these board meetings and discussions to ensure that the issues that we are pushing for civil society organizations, especially in Africa, are well represented? How different and how best can we engage? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Obed. I think the first thing that we actually need to ensure, first and foremost, is that our representatives, not from the government, not CSOs, our representatives from Africa must people who are not necessarily set out. We must actually ensure that we have representatives that can really speak for the continent. Because the problem is, even within that board, I'm sure there'll be power imbalances. And we might end up struggling. You know, some might actually think they have veto power, you know, in terms of what decisions are actually made. But I think it's important to ensure that countries really have representatives that are actually really very strong, and those that can actually stand, you know, for the continent. But now coming to the CSOs, you see, in other funds like GCF, we are normally represented as observers in many instances. And I think the next probably battle that we need to engage in, how do we ensure that that they are calling active engagement translates into some sort of a framework, you know, of our engagement, whether we're going to get in there as observers, or whether we're going to get some level of structure probably to ensure that we're actually involved in that particular process. Because who is going to track this board for accountability? Who is going to ensure that they remain accountable if CSOs are not there to actually play that particular role? So I think that is one thing that we must continue pushing, and we must actually come up with a strategy on how then we ensure we are engaged in a meaningful sense.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have a question there.
Yes.
Chikondi.
Yes, thank you. It is an extension to the response that has been provided. Now, I want to, as we are learning lessons from GCF, we had an observer role within the GCF, but we are still talking of accessibility being an issue. Was CSO being part of that board of any value? And what is it that we need to do better to ensure that if it is sort of the same arrangement, things are different? Because we are crying now, but we did have a seat on the table. And I just want to get, as we are looking at having this in place, what are we taking forward to do better? I know Charles has addressed one, but I just really want to dig down, because we might just be going around in circles and we'll still be having something to advocate about when we can actually change how the next phase looks like. Thank you.
Would you like to take it?
Yes, let me try to respond to that. And I think Chikodi is so right. That even with that particular position, observer position within GCF, still a lot hasn't happened. And we of course begin to question, whether our presence there and in that capacity is able to influence things. Well, that would be the beginning point. But beyond that, I think you also need to have some parallel processes. And I want to give an example. I know when the new CEO of GCF came to the Africa Climate Summit, we had a convening for civil societies in Africa, and we had a meeting with her. Of course, we were able to pass through, our submissions to her in terms of how CSOs perceive GCF and what we think are some of the bottlenecks, associated with that particular fund, and what we think needs to be done going forward. And we had some good engagement. But remember, just a few weeks ago, there was also a board meeting in Kigali, for GCF. And I remember we actually demanded, to have a meeting with the CEO again, another time, even though we know we are represented in the observer, committee or the board of the GCF. Why? Because of course we feel that our presence as observers does not necessarily, translate to, a lot of engagement at that particular level. But you see, that was not granted. And I remember my colleague Philip writing a protest letter to GCF, and now they have granted us a meeting. And that should be around April thereabout. I think we need to come up with multiple strategies, including having some parallel, mechanisms where we can be able to, call these people to account, call these duty bearers to account, and raise our issues, sometimes in a more direct manner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This has been such an engaging session. So many interesting points raised in terms of the setup of the loss and damage funds. Can we give our panelists a round of applause, please? At this point in time, allow me, I think I still have a few minutes to invite my colleague, Tom Tenje from Give Directly, to just give us a summary of some of the key points that have come up here before we hand over to Julius for the next session. But thank you so much to our distinguished panelists for the wonderful session and all the pertinent points that you have raised.
Thanks, Yvonne. What do we want? I can't hear. What do we want? And when do we want it? Perfect. Just a quick run through in terms of some of the points that came through, in terms of issues arising from financing mechanisms outside the UNFCCC and learning from what is already existing. So when we're talking about considering considerations for the design of the L&D fund, things that came out from the panel, issues of streamlining delivery of funds, cutting intermediaries, and making sure that the majority of funds go directly to implementing organizations and affected communities, making sure that we have multiple access points and that the L&D fund is simple, accessible, fast, representative, and gender responsive. Talking about the governance of the funds, things coming out, making sure that we involve all tiers of government, making sure that all the tiers are functional and playing their role, and that the governance structures are representative and inclusive. So talking about government, CSOs, academia, affected communities, to make sure that the decisions for these funds are transparent and people can be held accountable for. What should technical assistance look like for developing countries in Africa? Technical assistance should be context specific and cognizant of indigenous knowledge and local expertise. The government it should be focusing on governance systems, policy frameworks, and strengthening of government delivery systems. And that technical assistance should be able to all countries should be able to access the same quality of technical assistance irrespective of development tier. Last but not least, some of the things that the board of the L&D fund needs to consider in their first meeting. Things that came up: participation of women and youth, selection of a host country, and setting concrete milestones with dates. Independence of the board from the World Bank, fast-tracking processes and procedures to make the fund functional, recognizing the urgency of L&D, and making sure that Africa is not left behind. And finally, representation of beneficiary countries, as well as cultivating first-hand experience of affected countries. Let's not make the decisions in the office. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tom, for that summary of the key points that came up. So this is the end of this particular session. I would like to invite Julius to take us through what's coming up next. And maybe like the previous moderator, I should also ask for a round of applause. Thank you.
Mujije wati mati fumbi ndiwe mwini. Should I say it in Swahili? In Swahili or English? Fumbi ndiwe mwini. It means literally we say dust is yourself. So if you want people to recognize you, you need to start recognizing yourself first. So that's what she has done. Clap hands for her again, please. So thank you, Yvonne. And yeah, we want to transition to a more exciting and interactive session. But before we do that, I wanted to ask Dr. Somorin, are you online? Dr. Alfonso, are you online? Alfonso, are you online? Can you check? Is he online? Okay, so maybe once he's online, he's gonna let us know. So let him speak. Can you hear me? Okay, looks like there's a technical glitch, but I wanted him to speak to us maybe for 2 to 3 minutes. He says what? Okay, can you unmute him, please? Eve.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, doctor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Julius. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. So I think we missed you in one of the sessions in the morning. You were supposed to share something related to the African Development Bank, how the bank is actually supporting different countries, and we're supposed to actually hear and learn from you on some of the modalities on how you reach out to countries, particularly to learn from such kind of mechanisms as we are trying to discuss this issue of loss and damage fund and how it can be set up. So I know we are pressed on time, but I wanted to give you 5 minutes if you want to say something about the topic that we were discussing in the morning.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Julius. I think
Over.
5 minutes is just, yes, 5 minutes is just perfect. Am I quite audible? Can everyone hear me loud and clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good.
Continue.
Thank you. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. My name is Olufunso Shumarin. I am with the African Development Bank. Apologies, I couldn't join that meeting in person. And I am actually connecting right now from Juba. And today's temperature is 44 degrees centigrade. And we are part of a bank's team that's looking into supporting food security on the ground because there has been failures of rain that have affected food production. Last week I was in Zambia, and for months Zambia has been experiencing drought, and up to about 1 million hectares of maize product farms have been destroyed. why am I saying all of this? I think the conversation around loss and damage is not something that is to be told about what is to happen. Rather, it is something that has already been happening, and something that touches on the very core of economic livelihoods, social systems, and the very core of the survival of many countries. I think in the interest of time, I like to make 3 key points. The first one, and I'm sure since yesterday you must have alluded to it, that we can start this conversation by first appreciating the relative success or the small win around loss and damage when it comes to the outcome of COP28. And someone might say, well, it's just $700 million and all that. That is nothing compared to what the demands are, and I agree with you. But I also tell you, if you have been part of this climate conversation for the longest, we can always benchmark against a similar fund called the Adaptation Fund. Many of you may not know this. The Adaptation Fund was created in 2001, COP7 in Marrakesh, and it was pushed for by the African, and perhaps some of you in the room. But you see, the Adaptation Fund was not operationalized until COP13 in Bali, 2007. So for a fund of that nature, significance, and very important for Africa, that fund, it took 6 years from its creation to be operationalized. Now, you may say, so 2007, the fund has been in operation, and now we're in 2024. So basically, in the 17 years of operation of that fund, the total disbursement is barely $1 billion. And that's nothing compared to the need on the continent. And this was not just for African country, but globally. There were many things wrong with how the fund was set up. But that is the starting point for me, because we can learn a lot from it when we embrace loss and damage L&D fund, but also when we argue for things to be done differently. We must not forget history. We must also know how things work in the world of today. So for me, on that note, we recognize the milestone in terms of progress that the L&D fund has made, but we must also be very careful that a fund is as good as how it is designed. So for Africa, it's not just enough to be part of the game. We must be part of the people who make decisions about the rules of the game. Because if we are not part of the rules of the game, we may, all of the points that the summary that my dear friend just gave of, we want it to be fast, we want it to be responsive, we want it to be gender inclusive. If those things, if we don't fight for those things at the rules of the game, by the time we're coming into the game, it may be too late. And I'm hoping that this conference, this African Regional Conference, will be looking into making that, making our presence, but also our participation are very valuable going forward. The second point that I want to raise is the fact that we also have to ask ourselves, what is our strategy as a continent? And I think this is the entry point for the bank. From where I stand, and I speak as an individual in this contest, I would argue that our ability to invest in adaptation today will reduce our future damages and losses. Let me repeat that. Our increased adaptation capacity and capability in the present and medium term would ultimately reduce or decrease, if we could say, our losses and damages. So in a way, as we anticipate the operationalization of this fund, and as we invest in things to help us address the key interests within the areas of this fund, we must also understand that adaptation becomes a label that we must carry. It must become the label we bear, but it must also become the voice that we raise. Because adaptation is not just for today, but it also helps us to be able to reduce our losses and damages tomorrow. Why is that important for us to be able to think about a strategy, the need to reduce our losses and damages? There is no amount of fund, no matter it, and no matter how well developed that fund is, and no matter how well structured the compensation is, that it can compensate for the losses and damages. Let's be very clear about that. No fund will ever be able to replace the losses and the damages. So what we should do as a strategy is to anticipate that those losses and damages should be reduced and not looking or depending on the functionality and the efficiency of that fund to be able to pay or compensate for those losses. And look, and I'm being honest here, and allow me to be. And for us at the bank, we don't have a position about loss and damage in terms of the bank at the moment. We're following the conversation. We're learning about it. We would love to see many African countries support it. So we're rather behind our countries, supporting their interests, helping them to understand it better, and that will help us to be able to tailor our needs. But in the meantime, we can agree that adaptation is partly a strategic solution to reducing losses and damages. We have to think about that first. Then when we have done our best, when we've shown that we've done our best to adapt, whatever residual losses and damages, then we make sure that that fund is able to pay and compensate for that. That's my personal opinion. And as someone who is very much at the core of this within the bank, that's the position that I eventually see us pursuing. And that's why my third point is that the bank's approach to adaptation has been uniquely different. We are unapologetically biased towards adaptation. Of all the MDBs, AFDB is the most adaptation-prone financial institution. Our biggest program and some of the financing instruments that we're thinking and putting out there, they are largely to drive adaptation. Many of you are aware of this. So one of the instruments, given that we're talking about funding opportunities outside UNFCCC, is the fact that we have created a climate action window. And what we did with the climate action window, and I imagine that some of you in the room must have seen the call for proposal, and in fact, some of you may have put in application. But it's good for you to understand the back end of the story, because we've created a particular window within our traditional resources. So it's not a one-off, it's become something continuously. That of all the development issues that we want to deal with in Africa, that we see ourselves being involved in as African Development Bank, we've elevated climate change to be one of those top things. So we're not just talking about it, we're not just streaming it or doing analysis. We have created a dedicated window of AFDB's resources. So whether we call it, whatever we do, we will always have this climate action window going forward. And what we started with $429 million. Now, I want you to understand that we decided that 75% of this window, every resources in this window, 75% will be going to adaptation. Not 50%, 75%. 15% will go to mitigation, 10% will go to technical assistance. So the call for proposal was for adaptation, which was 75%, and largely all grant resources. And we expect that by 2030, the window should be able to have given in total $4 billion. And so for some of you who may be interested in this is going to be a long-term partnership on the ground. And we want to see that the poorest of countries, which are often the most vulnerable, climate vulnerable countries, are able to put in place adaptation measures so that they can minimize the losses and the damages that are happening now and in the future. We will continue to think of new instrument areas. For us, adaptation is a priority, and everything that is linked to it, whether in addressing L&D or in supporting economic livelihood systems, or it is building resilience, is going to be of a priority for the bank going forward. I'd like to keep it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my brother Samarin. Because of time, I don't know if there's any burning question for him before we one burning question. So, okay, I see one, I see two. So someone with the mic, someone to give the mic to, yeah, please be very brief and to the point on so that we can close this session.
Yes, just to be brief, in one of the side events at COP28, it came out that some of the countries that benefit more from the climate finance are from Latin America, for example, Brazil. So I don't know what mechanisms are being put in place to make sure that the loss and damage finance really reach countries which are greatly affected by the impact of climate change. Yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
All right, I think that is not directly to AFDB, right? Okay, yeah, the second one, not Nicholas, but the other end. I'm trying to protect Nicholas here.
Okay, I have two questions, and it's regarding to the climate action window, which has been mentioned. I just wanted to find out when you expect to release the next climate action window. And then I wanted also to find out when are you going to release results of the first climate action window. Thank you.
Now we can get to Nicholas. I wanted questions which are related to this topic, to him.
Okay.
Accessibility, yes,
Okay.
please.
Thanks, Dr. Somorin. It's Nicholas here from Christian Aid. I always love your passion on adaptation, which I believe we rhyme to a large extent. But having said that, the conversation here has been around access modalities to climate finance, be it adaptation or loss and damage. And you do appreciate that when we look at the range and the scope of loss and damage, adaptation has got a role to play, which is very right. Really, could you unpack to us this climate window at African Development Bank? Yeah. And what would be the access modalities when you look at different levels of countries, particularly for the least developed countries? I would imagine that for the lower middle income countries, some of the businesses cases could be very strong. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can close there. We only needed one burning question. I'm not taking that as easier. Anyway, give it to him. Perhaps maybe he's a young person, he's gonna crucify me.
Thank you, Julius. I just wanted to find out from him, when would the bank start being unapologetically biased towards thematic area on loss and damage? We understand they're focusing on adaptation, but it's time that maybe the bank should also consider loss and damage as a standalone pillar worthy financing in the climatic window. So I wanted to understand when they will start being unapologetically biased towards that.
Somorin, can you just be unapologetically right and maybe in your response? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I was expecting that last question about keeping loss and damage as a standalone pillar, and it's valid. But the loss and damage conversation is a shifting landscape. It is a shifting conversation, and we must understand what that means, especially when it comes to development finance planning. We're not going to be completely against it. We are actually, and that's why I say we're standing behind our countries to understand the way they embrace it, but also to develop a very strong African position. once that position comes from the leadership of the continent, it's an assignment or a mandate given to the bank, and it must be executed. But in the interim, as the global conversations continue to emerge and we begin to put structures in place, in the interim, the way we have embraced it is very much within a broader adaptation framing. And I think that's correct for now. But at some point, it will definitely stand on its own. That's a promise. Questions about finance access modalities. And this is very, very correct. It's always the issue in the room. For us in the bank, and I think we've got a lot to also ask ourselves, why is it that many African countries have actually not benefited from adaptation fund? We fought for this fund, isn't it? And all of it, all of the related negotiation, politics, and all that. But when it came to disbursement, we haven't seen much on the ground. And we can't blame the fund entirely. We also have to ask ourselves in our countries, what are we not doing correctly? But that's a discussion for another day. On the climate action window, what I would like to say is the good thing about this window is that it's on a rolling basis. As we raise capital, from people and partners, countries, even from our own resources, in this fund, we then give it out. So the call for proposals, actually, on the results, it's going to be announced in May during the bank's annual meeting in Kenya. But even beyond that, some of the proposals, if they are not selected at this point, in April, we have another roundtable. So what we've done is we have created a window that is able to receive resources from philanthropies, from bilaterals, from private individuals, from private companies in order to drive adaptation. So, and that's why I said our target is that by 2030, from this climate action window, we should have been able to mobilize and deployed at least $4 billion. And that is very significant. And that should be bigger, and perhaps will be bigger than what Adaptation Fund is able to give. And that can even be as big as what GCF is giving on adaptation in Africa. And that is the point that we want to take as a bank. But within the period of time, if loss and damage becomes something our countries are asking for in terms of facilities, then we will oblige to do that. But let me leave you with something. And that is, how do you determine loss? My question is, how would you determine a damage? Against what baseline? At what point do you qualify for compensation? What level of assessment have you been able to do before and after to be able to quantify loss? Why am I asking these questions? There's still a lot of work to be done. Some of the conditions that will be put in place to assess loss and damage fund, some of those conditions, some of our countries will not be able to meet them, even though we can see that they're experiencing losses. So it's not going to be what the media report. There's a level of technical work that needs to be done to show. And I think that should also be part of our conversation about how do we start supporting communities and countries to be able to reach that capacity and capability. And that's why the climate action window is targeting 37 countries out of the 54 countries in Africa. These are the countries that are considered to be low income on the continent. The climate action window is not for the Egypt or South Africa or Morocco. It is for Chad. It's for the countries that are dealing with climate change. And perhaps it may help that we can use the climate action window, which is adaptation focus and technical assistance, to drive capabilities that will prepare our countries for loss and damage fund. Let's understand that for every fund, there are conditions of access. And we must be able to be sure that we have met those conditions before we can say we don't have access. It's a call to challenge. It's a call to action, and we love to support you along this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Somorin. Can we give him a clap, please? Looks like Nicholas is not satisfied. You want to say something, Nicholas, before we close? Hold on, Dr. Somorin.
No, I wanted to say that we are satisfied with this response at this point in time, but we also understand that Somorin is based in Nairobi. We are organized to have a cup of tea for you to unpack this thing for us. As a friend, of course. Thanks.
So you are invited in Kenya, Somorin.
Thank you very much. I remain a very good friend of PACJA, and as a bank, we consider you to be a key partner for the work that we do on the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Somorin, and let's give him a round of applause for the last time. And we really appreciate your time and your contribution. And yeah, I think we can move on with the program. So we are supposed to go into a session where everyone is going to talk. So this session is about group work. So the group work is divided into 4. So meaning we are going to have 4 groups so that we can discuss very important issues that are coming out of this conference and also guide the team that is doing the final, work on the communique and the blueprint to be able to be guided on what kind of information needs to get into there. So I want to call upon the 4 groups. We're going to remain in here. Group number 1 is going to occupy this space on my right. Group number 2 will be here. Group number 3 will be on that corner. Group number 4 will be on that corner. And then they'll be discussing 4 different issues that are going to relate to our strategy, but also the issues that we want to take on to the board, but also how we want to see the fund developing. This is a loss and damage fund. So I'll start with group number 1, which comprises of the following individuals. So if you hear your name, just take your chair where you are and go to the area I'm pointing. And then if you don't hear your name, remain on the table because we are going to assign you. Amen? Amen. Thank you. So group number 1, grab your chairs and then go on my right. This comprises of Obed Koringo. Just grab your chair and get your computer, go on the right. Juliet Suliwa, grab your chair, go on the right. Myself, Leah Wanambwa, just grab your chair. Don't ask me questions. Be on the right. Yes. And then Brenda Mwale, just grab your chair, go on the right there. Sit there. We're waiting for you to move. Thank you. Group number 2, if you hear a name, just grab a chair, sit here. So first one is Nicholas Abuya. Just grab your chair, don't complain. Sit here, yes. Or you can come, you grab this chair, and then sit there. Professor Chiota, I think is outside. Victor Muowo. Sir, there's a chair here. You can just get yourself up. You sit here. Mark Gingwira. Here. No, you need to. Nicholas, you form a circle here. You not use the table. Or you want to invade the table? This is a table for, this is no man's land. Okay. Yeah, so Nicholas, Victor, Maki Gertrude Siame. Here. Group number 3. I'm looking at the space at the back. I think it might not work. So you will be here. Group number 3. We have Dr. Chua. Yes. Just grab your chair. Be here. Dumisan Chirambo. Dr. James Mrombezi. Mr. Francis Kamangadazi. Esther Harawa. Your group, everyone else is gone. So Gift Numeri. And Yvonne Murindiwa. Yeah, just grab your chairs and sit there. Yes. Group number 4. Group number 4 is gonna be on the corner there, just behind. So Charles, be looking at me. Where's Charles Mwangi? Gone out. Kaugelo. Yeah, go on that corner. Chikondi Chavuta. On the corner there. Mr. John Chipeta, Mr. Milton Ruhanga, go on the corner there. And then Mr. Fedson Jikuse, go on the corner there. All right, so the rest of us are going to add ourselves to the groups. So in a manner that will count 1 to 4. And then if you are 1, just as you're counting 1, just pull your chair, go to that corner. As you're counting 2, pull your chair. This is 2, right? Come here. If you count 3, just pull your chair, be here. If you're 4, go on the corner. So we'll start from here. 1, just take your chair. Move to 1. Everyone is going to move. You're not going to move. So, Thank you so much. We have got 45 minutes to discuss whatever we can discuss. That's all. No, I'm joking. So group number one, please, you are discussing the following questions. What are some of the key moments related to working streams on loss and damage this year? You're also discussing what are the key issues, what key issues do we want to advance in each of those spaces? You're also discussing what preparations are necessary for advancing our influence in these spaces. Number four, what strategies are we prioritizing to apply? So Philip is coming with your paper. Number two, okay. Group number two, you are discussing the following. What are some of the key dates related to adaptation work stream of the UNFCCC? What key loss and damage related issues within adaptation do we want to advance in those spaces or moments? What preparations are necessary for our engagement as a country or a region? Number four, what strategies shall we utilize to advance our agenda? So that's number two. Number three, what is the nature of evidence we need to improve our influence and our access to funding on loss and damage? Question number two, how best can we package the evidence for policy influence? Question number three, what intermediate measures are we proposing to bridge the evidence gap? So that's number three. You should be researchers, you people. Number four, what are the three key issues that the board of loss and damage fund needs to consider in their first meeting for designing the fund? Number two, what recommendations or proposals would you suggest to the board on the structure of the fund? Number three, what specific issues should the political leadership in Africa take up with the L&D fund? Thank you. Now we have the online constituency. So the online constituency are going to be part of group number four to discuss the following. What are the three key issues that the board of the Loss and Damage Fund needs to consider in the first meeting for designing the fund? The second one, what recommendations or proposals would you suggest to the board on the structure of the fund? Number three, what specific issues should the political leadership in Africa take up with the Loss and Damage Fund? So I'm going to give this one to these questions to the people that are managing the online so that they can facilitate the group discussion. So colleagues, we have 45 minutes and then I think it starts now. You need to find your own chair and a moderator who can actually come and present afterwards. Thank you.
That's why I said, very active. So no, that's okay. So yes. How much time you can only not so how I was going to
So I don't know if you've come to, well, don't need it on the table, that outline things. You have the specific things. You mentioned margin. So the other two things were. Just one. Then finally, those are moments and we have asked because rather to become but those are the knowledge that space and work and it's because of for someone but we find that's the key to that for the people that are applying the fund or as people that was those SB and SB you do that make the course and then and one then should go and then I put a data they will keep themselves. There will be also as this kind of yes. And it's the same that's the example of the they are dying and just then also there is the so there's so what by now is we can depend aspects that come up with players. It's only this one is on the ground. This sounds also how this we take by so you take very strong evidence that is based on facts. Yes. Probably together. But you the mission goes back. All this for us being used for us to share data. They were saying about how we have but I haven't seen ourselves talking about how this can be together. What is it that we are having in our organization that we have to discuss? So I think we can say we mentioned that as we have done all the mapping, oh, you may not, there are so many, there's so many that though you may not, it can be you an indication of what to prioritize. And it's not necessarily actually we go all of the things that you see, that's why networking is who is interested in what you say. The house and we get that's the most important. And not for a single organization cannot get all of it. But how do we benefit making out of our network? I think those are the things I was mentioning. Yes, some of them is. So I think yes, one of finance, and also, so the other important actually those are done if the global community has completed the combination of our aspiration because now brings now what it's not be about of loss and the combination of aspiration So we need pressure. Put pressure on the more money. And then the other option is that the it's also have to happen, but our mission to ensure that they are better access. So finalization of the regulations by the World Bank is now. So we should so we are going to the bureaucratic statements which are speaking then we do other yes. So complicated. It is very complicated. You remember that it's out of pressure that to accept these facts. But they all in work, but you never access it. You make it for you. So how then do we use that? How do we and what the other issue is? Madam is in the area. How do we ensure that you don't take everything? Which are the unit of Africa? Small islands, all these pieces, not to allow the sharing to have some information, sharing vision for now and they need that for us. Those are right. They are not Africa and then so we need that strong voice and only when you want. You know, that all that is we just the only difference we have is really so the tax here is the excited. To be divided, we give you 50 money here, but we feel the protect, so you forget the bigger purchase. That's the evidence. So And then if you go, you see it's that's not our I'm saying yes, but also by very difficult. Then also they make it yes. So you know they say it's now they challenge their name to provide something that as a reverse and then that's the way it works. Like now, a country like that, you don't have any yeah, that's it. Now there's no climate action. So there's like that. How they will present this problem. For example, I was posing yes, it is actually the level of pressure too. Yes, what's up? But what we're talking about, so the next statement down what you're looking for until make it almost impossible. That's the level so then you have something. Yeah, so so this shows that once I think we need to add on that. We don't have to be so we build on that. On that actually is great. And also that build capacity and not build capacity. So maybe winning support it that is there for people. Both back comes off each week. Okay. Now it's the channels. I'm saying, okay, I'm saying, but let them finish. Yes, that's not the context. No, they even this is an African run by Africa. It's supposed to be run an African state. The government, they have the president, even them, now they are the ones who are even myself, determining how I do attend. That's how we are. So even now, the problem starts with our government. How do we ensure that that's not because we spend the need of the day, we are fighting for space. Within our own process, we can do it in a space. If the process now, I will fight for it. Being run or something, they have managed. Because they have been able to give that much of their money. So that gives them the organize even me a conference which they are supposed to run.
So you, for example, the same I think it's good advice to climate science.
Now we are in the corner hour. We are in the corner hour. Now you go to China and things. So right also
We have allies on their side in terms of our advocacy. We have allies. There's a lot of very good. We have allies on their side who can well based African. For instance, we may not know them allies. I'm afraid it's people in the country.
So I think that I agree. I need the strategy shall be we need them right. So who are our allies and adversaries? You know, who are we who will help our agenda? Both in promoting what we talk about, not south of in building that. So I think there's no Christian, I mean, actually in Christian too.
I want to just push that you can capture some point. So, like we the idea eventually but my point was that that's is it possible? I don't know that's a lot of them on to see rather than simply engage with us from just space. So for instance, we have a group of White House, then they arranged to publish the could be different state and to come there So they were the ones that would get this down. Because they came in the ground. And the sole thing is because even now, it's so, even the way of funders. They came in with us and say, I think so. So here, them saying, and then like I said, it means we want to have that because this might. We have given them more answer. They really don't get what they really say, and they have to keep assessing. Yes, but on this, let's see. So if there's I understand. Many people are doing that. Yeah, because people are that but it's that kind of sound, it's all. Yeah, we are not saying that we should not want them to do that, we will not talk to operation. Don't feel like no, but the combination that I'm not that that we will every time the business of it's all. So that we can I think this is a very useful. That's what they in my experience. Some places that
So I think that's what I was saying. Create much. So people tell you you're never can save what are the government?
Yeah, that's so. That's
We don't have police programs. We always talk about the government. It's our money. That's something to be used. So you have to be involved in the solving process. Yes. These are laws which should be raised.
Because sometimes
They are not associated with demand, but that's where you're supposed to get a right to us to demand the GSA, all those things. So they're supposed to be part of analysis. What's supposed to be here? Mapping because if we just yeah, so let me what I got there. Let's number one, because you are trying to
yeah.
Number four, there is some other please go. Identification of champions. Like the veterans. So that's very important strategy. The other one is really which I mentioned. The story to the community maps and like the location, you are allied and ambassadors. So it's important who is supposed to be and who is supposed to be whether in the north or in the south. That way, whether you are going to use a public or you are going to use a standard, yes, or a
How big is it? Has the preparation as
Right now.
The other one is mentorship. The first one is that in so I will work for special research and we those are done but also for just about the children. And because if you want that, I wasn't going to go there. What we have done, for example, in the concept like something. We have really invested their resources, even before you think and then you try to start up to this point. Those are resources. That's why guys, you see, we have no son becomes here. What I did, what I so it's only that is how we are never doing our and that's the only capacity. You see, before the person plays, before the limits are, just I believe sit there the brain of that is kind of just by saying you come and find me a mindfulness. No, they try to.
Colleagues, exactly in 5 minutes, we shall extinguish the groups. In 10 minutes, we shall extinguish the groups. So close whatever you've got to close in 5 minutes.
And also people policy, people policy. And they want to let's say no. You are passing and they want to tax you when transport see, so we have to legal and even taxation obstacles. So that's also why we are talking about if you begin to improve the capacity of these communities, We are actually right now, Kenya. Taxation. You know, so they don't use that. The government wants taxation. So that eventually it will not depend. Then we can make to still make programs and make it very simple for them even that's actually an obstacle. See what that question. Yes. Oppressing, that's oppressing and friendly.
Colleagues, the world shall never be enough. And we do believe at this point, any important conversation that paves way for another greater conversation must have happened within the group. And therefore, it's time to receive your feedback in the order that we again assigned you. So I'm disbanding all the conversations. I'm disbanding the groups first and foremost, and outlawing all the conversations within the groups. And allow me to invite the rapporteur for Group 1. And as a quick overview, Group 1 was basically focusing more on the mechanisms. You can sit within your groups, but I'm outlawing any conversation within the groups. So Group 1 was focusing more on, please raise your hands if you can see me. Raise your hands if you can see me. Just raise your hands. Hello, raise your hands if you can see me. At the back, please raise your hands if you can see me. Great, great. So Group 1 was focusing more on the loss and damage related track of conversation, and the questions revolved there. Group 2 was trying to tie adaptation and loss and damage. Group 3 was dealing with elements of evidence which are extremely critical. And Group 4 was dealing with broad policy engagements. So let me invite Group 1. Group 1, you have your space. You have only 4 minutes to provide us with your feedback. We will not take questions immediately. We'll take from all the groups, and then we receive general comments. Group 1, over to you. You can take the podium where I'm standing. Group 1, take the podium where I'm standing. Oh, you want the mic there? No worries. Where is the mic? The roving mic. Let's have the roving mic where Group 1 is. and we will be strict. We'll just stick to 4 minutes and close it there. Sorry, I'm being guided in the spirit of some other processes that are running online, including YouTube Live, Zoom Live. This site is being recommended as the best site to stand. So the presenter from Group 1, please take this space, and others be guided appropriately. Your 4 minutes begin now.
Okay, so from Group 1, regarding the key moments related to the working stream on loss and damage this year. So we have ExCom meetings that are happening this year. One already happened last week. The other one will happen in September. We have the Santiago Network on Loss and Damage Advisory Board. One already happened and concluded yesterday. And we have like 3 more meetings that are going to happen this year. We have the Loss and Damage Fund Advisory Board. 4 meetings that are scheduled for the year. Glasgow Dialogue, as per the which is going to be the last dialogue and will happen during SB 60 as per the Glasgow Climate Pact decision. We have the IMF and World Bank spring meetings scheduled for April 19 to 21 and October 17 to 19. And then we have a UNSG summit for the future. And then we also have new corrective quantified goal meetings, which is scheduled from 21st to 26th April in Cartagena. And then the standing committee on climate finance dialogue, which concluded yesterday. And then we have COP29 for like happening in November later this year. And then what are the key issues to be advanced in each of these spaces that we have on loss and damage? First of all, we need CSO representation in the meetings, and we need to have like well-defined access modalities during the board meetings that are going to happen, especially for CSOs. And then the scope of the fund should be defined during these meetings. And there's need of having a long-term finance on loss and damage, and that loss and damage should be embedded in the NCQG. Funding arrangements are to be clearly defined to ensure that discussions on the funding arrangements do not overshadow the fund and do not influence the decision around the fund. And this should focus on like the delivery mode. And then we should also have like influence on the next board meeting on like Santiago Network on loss and damage to ensure that the technical assistance issues are well streamlined in the discussions. And then there's need of capitalization of the fund to ensure that we have a firm commitment to the fund, because the $700 million isn't enough. And then the funding commitments towards the SNLD should also ensure the functionality of the network. We need new and additional fund and to not be overshadowed by adaptation fund. On number 3, regarding the preparations that we can do necessary to advance our influence in these spaces. First of all, we can have a landscape paper that's going to outline the crucial items, and it can be used as an advocacy tool on issues to do with governance modalities as well as capitalization. We need more dialogues like this, and it can even be like virtual, and they can act as pre-meetings to prepare for like each key moment that's going to happen in the year. And also we need a strong African working group on loss and damage. And we need to have insiders who are going to champion our priorities in these meetings. For example, representatives from AU, it could be ministers, and even leveraging on the presence of African negotiators inside the board, the Santiago Network board, as well as the fund. And we also need to develop technical capacity of stakeholders at the local level to ensure effective contribution, because everybody, when you say ExCom, not everyone understands what ExCom is. So we need to ensure that everybody understands and they can effectively contribute. And we also need to build our local capacity in preparation for the fund, which is going to help us enable us to carry out like projects and effectively utilize the funds. And also we need to institutionalize the fund at the local level and to also help coordinate the efforts of the fund. Lastly, on the strategies that we are going to prioritize to apply, or that we are prioritizing to apply, number one, we need to have like proper evidence and information dissemination by documenting these things, like what Sesonex showed us yesterday, in a way that is easily understood by the public and makes the information available, easily accessible to the public. And we also need a monitoring and tracking tool of the fund at local, regional, and global levels. And also we need to nationalize the loss and damage component into the NDCs, understanding that next year we're going to be reviewing our NDCs. So we need the loss and damage component in the next NDCs that are going to be submitted. And we also need issues of CBDR, the common but differentiated responsibility issues, to actually be pushed for during in these meetings. Thank you.
My dear sister deserves a better clap as an ambassador of Group 1. And I must say that she was quite articulate. I do believe the way you were speaking is the way the report is written. So that again, we don't miss on some certain perspectives, but please observe the national level processes of preparing for the engagement or for your engagements in all those critical spaces that you've really mapped, because you've really mapped quite critical spaces and quite critical issues. But again, look at how best are we building momentum right from national level for impact across those processes, which I think is something that probably escaped your articulation. It could be there within the document, but it escaped your articulation. Please keep a tab on that. Let me come to Group 2. You have your 4 minutes of glory.
Thank you. I think the glory goes to our able chair, Gertrude, and the group. I'm enjoying delegated power. So our question 1 was, what are some of the key dates related to adaptation workstream of the UNFCCC? So we decided to put them in 2 categories, starting with the African level, then going to the global level. At the African level, we talked about the regional level meeting on sustainable development, which he said is an opportunity to anchor conversation on adaptation. And the key things under adaptation that we want to see considered include adaptation finance, against the backdrop of the adaptation finance gap. We also want to look at the issue of global goal on adaptation, as well as the new quantified goal on climate finance as a key thing, and also looking at building resilience as an overarching goal. We also have the African Climate Week, which will happen in September. The dates will be known. AMCEN meeting that will be happening in October. The CCDA, which will be happening, and the dates will be communicated. And then we have the CBA, that's community-based adaptation meeting, which I think is happening in May in Arusha, Tanzania. We also have the IMF and World Bank Spring meeting. We also have engagement at the national spaces to reach to each country, which may include days like World Environmental Day, among others. Then, of course, at the global level, there are the watershed moments, basically the SB meeting in Bonn in June, as well as the COP29 in Azerbaijan in November 2024. We put a rider there that PACJA as a year planner, which you could identify so that we allocate members to attend as it may be appropriate, because no one person can attend all those critical moments. Then question number 2, what key loss and damage and related issues with adaptation do we want to advance in these spaces or moments? So the spaces identified above. 1 is the recognition of special needs and circumstances for Africa, which has not been considered
We want to keep it alive. Then there's also the low funding pledges received so far, 700 million USD, which is a drop in the ocean considering the loss and damage needs. We're also very keen about better access modalities for loss and damage fund. Then also fast tracking the regulation development by World Bank to establish the fund with ease of access modalities. Also generating critical mass of loss of least development countries and the seeds as most vulnerable countries to generate voice for urgent action on loss and damage. It is considered that
to the Loss and Damage Board on fund structure. Group 4 proposes that funding allocation to actual implementation should have a threshold of 70%. A call to reflect on African realities on vulnerability and financial constraints should also be at the heart of the structuring the fund. Accountability mechanism should be outcome based when coming up with a fund structure. There is as well need to strengthen the national institution, the legal framework that guide resilient, coordinated, and decentralized recovery towards loss and damage. The national determined contributions on loss and damage must be a decentralized approach. The Loss and Damage Fund to have potentials of supporting countries with anticipatory actions. The host nation for the Loss and Damage Board should be based in Africa, and the loss and damage should be independent from institutions like the World Bank. The Loss and Damage Fund should set aside specific resources for evidence-driven to curb the availability of loss and damage data availability. The board should develop mechanism on how to enforce commitments made to the Loss and Damage Fund while exploring other finance streams like polluter pay principle. The board to consider limitations posed around potential private donors that face scrutiny by the World Bank. On specific issues that African leaders take up with the board, African leaders to ensure that the Loss and Damage Fund complements government resources, but caution must be exercised on how to account such linkage to ensure effective utilization of resources to the intended purpose of loss and damage redress. A call to leaders to set aside political aspirations that alters loss and damage interventions in case of change of government leadership structures. That is, the loss and damage should align to the principle of localization. African leaders to demand for 0.6 of the GNI from the rich countries to go towards replenishing the Loss and Damage Fund. Thank you very much.
You can actually see how the politicians were distributed in the room. But that is a good point to close on the submission. I did expect indeed the last group also to emphasize resources for preparedness because the countries are known. We are clear who will be it, at what time they will be it, indicatively. And therefore, we can also begin to see how best we ensure that there is a preparedness mechanism, and that preparedness is also supported using that money that is lying there, so that again, in eventualities, you are just activating mechanisms that are already in place. Allow me to sincerely thank you for your contribution. I'm realizing we've slightly run overboard. I would have loved to hear just one reaction from the floor, just one reaction on the submissions from the floor. And it must be burning, a really burning one from the floor. And then we bring this session to a close. Great. I'm not used to manufacturing reactions where they don't exist. I think that is great. And I'm more than glad to hear that in our collectiveness, we've been able to bring all the ideas together into a common frame. I would suggest for all the group rapporteurs for the respective groups, ensure that the way you articulated your issues, the way you captured the points is exactly reported like that. And Julius Goma and myself have those reports in the next few minutes. If you can do within the 10 minutes, that would be great, because they are foundational to something else that we are working that is relevant for tomorrow. And those observations need to be reflected in a brilliant way. At this point, allow me to thank you sincerely for taking the task. Thank my brother Julius for saving me a bit of energy at the start, and invite him to guide us on the next steps. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Philip deserves a round of applause again. So thank you, and a round of applause for yourself for contributing to this. Thank you. I know group one is not clapping hands. It's fine. Yeah, so colleagues, this marks the end of today. It's been a wonderful day with great conversations. Please, rapporteurs, make sure that you sit on this table with Philip and submit your work as quick as possible. You can get Philip's email address and my address, and then send them right away, the way they are written. Otherwise, I want to, on behalf of the organizers, I want to thank all of you for taking your time again to be with us today and have all these conversations. Can we also applaud those that are online, please? Let's applaud our colleagues online. They've been very vigilant, and they've also been very patient, and we also acknowledge their contributions. Colleagues, tomorrow is the last day. Anyway, before I say this, I want to also ask you to give a hand to Professor Sosten Chiota for leading us into the tree planting today. Thank you, Professor, for that wonderful exercise. I think it was nice, necessary. We went out and reflected and then meditated, and we came back to the room with more energy. So I think that was necessary, actually. So tomorrow is going to be the last day. And with that, the main task we are going to do tomorrow is just to go through the statements that we will be generating tonight based on the inputs that you have actually shared. And the statement already started being developed yesterday, based even on the inputs that we had yesterday. So the main part of tomorrow is to go through the statement, make sure that all of us associate with it, and then we invite our political masters to close this session. So I think I want to just request you to come as early as possible, because the plan is by 11, we are done, and then we're doing our own things. So the more if we come early, we can finish also early, because that's the only task that we're supposed to do tomorrow. Otherwise, I want to thank you once again and also wish you all the best as you're spending your evening. Thank you. Yeah, as you're going, I think there's a team that needs to convene with me. I think there's a program we need to leave this place to somewhere. Encouraging the rapporteurs and the comms people to sit down together, reflect on the day, and then give us also your notes so that we can consolidate. Thank you.